ആയിട്ടില്ല. ഇന്ന് 31 സ്റ്റാർട്ട് സൂണെന്നേ ആയുള്ളൂ.
ഇത്ര അടുത്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലേ കാണുന്നത് വേറെ ഫാനാണ്. എന്താ രണ്ടുപേർക്കും
കൂടെയാണ്.
ഇല്ല, സാർ ആദ്യം ചെയ്തു 8 ഇല്ലേ, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പിന്നെ
അവിടെ കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ.
അവിടെയല്ല.
അങ്ങോട്ട് ചെല്ലണം.
സ്പീക്കറോ
അങ്ങോട്ട് പോണോ?
ഇല്ല, അപ്പുറം ഇരുന്ന് കേൾക്കാം.
അല്ല, അതല്ല കൺട്രോൾ
വേറെ.
Hello everyone, my name is Anna Maria. I am your technical assistant today. If you have some technical question, you can write in the chat and I'll answer you. If you have some problem with camera or microphone, you can chat me.
Can you start?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So there are 8 speakers in this session. Thanya, Khamis, Nisha, Sinulal, Ambili, Anil Kumar, Sranga Sambat, Sneha, Sukova. Each one has 15 minutes. I request all of them to keep the time. So first I invite Thanya to present the paper. It is on token-based parallel processing retail queuing system with a probabilistic joining strategy for the priority customers. Thanya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Okay. Is it audible, sir?
Yeah. Audible as well as visible. That the slides are quite visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Greetings to one and all. I am Dhanya Babu. I am a research scholar in the Department of Mathematics, CMS College, Kottayam, Kerala, India, under the guidance of Dr. Vadisi Joshua. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this conference, DCCN 2020, for giving me such an opportunity to present a paper through this online platform. The title of the paper is Token-Based Parallel Processing Retail Queuing System with a Probabilistic Joining Strategy for Priority Customers. It's a joint work with VC Joshua and A. Krishnamurthy. This is the outline of the presentation: motivation, model description, steady state analysis, performance measures, and references. Motivation. The basic motive of this model is the following situation. A reputed hospital near to our institution approaches with an offer with an agreement that they offer a limited number of platinum cards so that in front of a long queue in doctor's clinic, the platinum card holder can enter straightly at every fixed number of turns without waiting a long time. This led us to model this real-life situation. This paper is an extension of the paper, a token-based parallel processing queuing system with priority. In that paper, we discuss a parallel processing queuing system with a joining strategy for the priority customers. In this extended paper, we consider a parallel processing retail queuing system with a probabilistic joining strategy for the priority customers. Model description. Here, we consider a single server retail queuing system with parallel queues of ordinary and priority customers. Ordinary customers form a queue, say OC queue, having finite capacity, say N, and priority customers form a queue, say PC queue, having finite capacity M. And we also assume that there is a waiting room or orbit, it is an infinite orbit, for the blocked ordinary customers, and they make retrials from there to enter into the ordinary queue. But the priority customers on arrival, seeing both ordinary and priority queue as full, lose the system forever. We define a service policy for the customers, and the customer receives service on the basis of a token system. That is, a token is circulating consecutively from 1 to etc. k minus 1 k if any of the queues are non-empty. And whenever both the queues are empty, the token number turns to 0. When k minus 1 customers of ordinary queue are consecutively served, the next to be served is from the priority queue if there is one waiting, and thus ensuring the reduced waiting time. And we call this process of assigning priority to the priority customers as K policy of priority. And also we consider the priority in the sense non-preemptive priority. And we also define a joining strategy for the priority customer in order to reduce the waiting time. That is, if an ordinary customer is in service, we define the functions S1 and S2. S1 is a flow function and S2 is k minus 1 into k, where J is the number of ordinary customers, K is the number of priority customers in the queue, and R is the present token number. And also this S1 and S2 represent the turn at which the priority customers receive service. So in effect, with the K policy for taking for service, the priority customer arriving at the station, having seen the ordinary customer in service, decide to join, whether to join in priority queue or in OC queue, or that is ordinary queue, according as this relation S1 greater than or less than S2. That is, if S1 greater than S2, the priority customer decide to join in the priority queue. And if S1 less than S2, then the priority customer decide to join in the ordinary queue. And if a priority customer is in service at the epoch of the arrival of a priority customer, then we define that S1 star as a floor function and S2 like this. And if a priority customer is in service at his arrival epoch, then the priority customer join in the priority queue if S1 star less than S2. S1 star and he join in the ordinary queue if S1 star less than S2. Then the ordinary customers upon arrival, finding the ordinary queue as full, enter into the orbit. Ordinary customers make their retrials from the orbit in an exponential duration of time intervals with parameter mu to enter into the ordinary queue. And whenever the capacity of the ordinary queue is less than n, the ordinary customer in the orbit successfully enter into the ordinary queue after retrial. And the priority customers have the right to join either in ordinary queue or in priority queue according to the optimal joining strategy to reduce their waiting time. But even if a priority customer have this right to join in ordinary queue according to the optimal joining strategy, here we assume that he or she can take a probabilistic decision whether to join in ordinary queue for reducing their waiting time or to join in priority queue by assuming any additional benefit or reward from that service. So we assume that with a probability P, the priority customer join into the priority queue, and with probability 1 minus P, he join into the ordinary queue. And we consider the arrival of the customer follow Markovian arrival process with representation D0, D1, D2 with order n, where D0 represent the transition corresponds to the no arrival, D1 represent the transition corresponds to the arrival of an ordinary customer, D2 represent the transition corresponds to the arrival of priority customer. Then the service time of ordinary customer assumed to follow phase type distribution with representation pH alpha t of order S1. Service time of priority customer follow phase type distribution with representation pH beta of order S2. And for formulating mathematically, we consider the random variables like this: N1 of t as the number of customers at time t in the orbit, N2 of t with the number of customer at time t in the ordinary queue, N3 of t with the number of customers in the priority queue, R of t with the token numbers, J1 of t with the phase of the underlying service process, and J2 of t with the phase of the arrival process. And we consider the Markov process of the system under study like this, and the state space is omega, that is L star union Li, where L star and L of I is given here. And the infinitesimal generator of this Markov chain is obtained like this. And this is a level independent quasi-perfect process. And we use a classical metric energy method to solve this. And the stability condition of the system is obtained like this, where the V1 is the block matrix in the A2 matrix. This is this. And under the stability condition, the steady state probability vector is obtained as xi is equal to xi minus 1 r, where the matrix R is a minimal non-negative solution to the metric quadratic equation R square A2 plus RA1 plus A0 equal to 0. And the vectors x0 and x1 are obtained by solving the system of equation subject to the normalizing condition. Based upon the steady state vectors, we evaluated some of the performance measures like expected number of customers in the orbit, expected number of ordinary customers in the system, expected number of priority customers in the system, probability that the server is idle, probability that the server is busy with an ordinary customer, busy with the priority customer, blocking probability of the priority customer, overall rate of retrials of the orbiting customers, and the successful rate of retrials and fraction of successful rate of retrials. And in this paper, we consider a parallel processing retrial queuing system with a probabilistic joining strategy for priority customer. We intend to find the optimum values for P, N, K, and M to minimize the loss of priority customers in the future. These are some of the references. Thank you, sir.
All right, questions, please. You have 2 minutes. Any question? If anyone has question, else we thank Thanya for the nice presentation. It's a really nice model.
Thank you, sir.
So the next speaker, Khamis Abdullah Khamis, is a speak on a single server queuing inventory system. So Khamis, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. It is feasible, sir?
Oh yes. No, but the slides, no.
No slides, sir?
No, we are not able to see.
Okay. Now, sir, it's feasible now, sir?
Still not.
Oh,
Is there some difficulty?
yes, sir?
Yes,
Oh, no, it is okay. Yeah.
it's fine.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon of all. Today I am going to talk about this paper on a single self-queuing inventory system. In this presentation, I will show introduction about model description, literature survey. Then I would like to turn to mathematical description of the model. Then moving on to steady state analysis, stability condition, stationary distribution. Next, I will present some performance measures of this system. After that, I will give a numerical example, then conclusion. Moving on now to model description. This model can be described as follows. Customers occur according to a Boolean process with arrival rate lambda, and the service time follows pH distribution with representation beta t of order m, and the service time is attached with the inventory level. Under SS policy, the lead times follows exponential distribution with rate theta. The shortage is permitted in this model. The arriving customers cannot go through different phases of the service when inventory level is 0, and he must wait in queue until inventory becomes S, capital S. The first arriving customer can immediately go through different phases of the service when at least one item is available. At the same time, he directly takes one item of inventory at the beginning of his service. Instantaneously, if inventory level reaches small s, I mean minimum level, an order decision is made based on the reorder point S, and the replenishment depends on the lead time, which follows exponential distribution with rate theta. The next arriving customer can directly go through different phases of service when the previous customer completed his service. At the same time, he directly takes one item of inventory at the beginning of his service. Otherwise, he has to wait in the queue until the previous customer completes his service. This keeps going. Now moving on to literature survey. MM1Q with attached inventories were studied by Krishnamurthy and others. Sometimes customer may go through different phases of service to get the items. Also, Krishnamurthy studied BH1 inventory system under SS policy when the lead time is 0. Another paper studied in MG1Q with limited inventory. In this paper, we consider an MBH1 queuing system with inventory level under SS policy. Then I would like to turn to mathematical description of this model. So let NT be the number of customers in the system at time t. Let IT be the number of items in the inventory at time t. These items are the same type. Let MT be the phase of surface. XT is the continuous time Markov chain on the state space. This model can be studied as a level-independent Cozy-Perthes process, with the state space is given by this expression. The terms of transition of the states are given in this table. You can see here. This is the first column, the second column, the last column, transition rate. This is the infinite generator queue of the level-independent Cozy-Perthes process, with the state space is of the form, as you can see in this slide. This is B00, B01, B10. B matrices represent initial condition. This is A2, this is A0, this is A1. Now moving on, stability condition theorem. The Markov chain with the infinitesimal generator queue of the level-independent Cozy-Perthes process is stable if and only if mu greater than lambda. As you can see in this slide, this is mu equal this expression. Now let us prove this theorem. We let A equal A2 plus A1 plus A0. We can note that A is an irreducible matrix. Okay, the stationary factor of A exists such that by A equals 0 and by E equal 1. First, we will compute by A to E, then we will find by A0E. A2 is a square matrix of order 1 plus M times S plus 1. This is the matrix 2. You can see in this slide A pi to E equal this factor times A to E. After these steps, we obtain pi A to E equal this expression, and you see this expression. Okay. By A0E, it is easy to find that is equal lambda. Then the queuing inventory system is stable if and only if mu greater than lambda. Stationary distribution. The stationary distribution of the Markov chain under consideration can obtain by solving these two equations. So we let X be decomposed with the Q as following, as you can see in this slide. Then we obtain the following equations. So we can obtain the constant matrix R by using the matrix quadratic equation number 2. Then we can find X0 and X1 by solving the first two equations in this slide, as you can see. Two equations. Then we can use this formula Xi equal X1 R to the power I minus 1 for I equal 2, 3, etc. Performance measure. We can obtain some performance measure of the system as follows. Number 1, expected number of customers in the system. Number 2, expected number of items in inventory. Number 3, probability that the service is idle. Number 4, probability that the customer waits for service due to shortage of inventory. Number 5, expected number of customers waiting in the system due to lack of inventory. I would now like to turn to a numerical example. So we fix a rifle rate equal lambda equal to the rate of lead time theta equals 0.6 and s equals 3. For page representation beta t of order m, we fix m, beta, and t as you can see in this slide. We find performance measure of the system with respect to S, maximum level, corresponding to above performance in the table. In the first column, you can see we start from 7 until 16. This diagram shows that the expected number of customers in the system decreases as S increases, and the expected number of customers waiting in the system due to lack of inventory decreases when S increases. This figure shows that the expected number of items in inventory increases when S increases. In this slide, we see that the probability that a customer waits for service due to shortage of inventory decreases when S increases, and the probability that the server is idle has almost no change as S increases. Finally, conclusion. In this paper, we analyze MPH1 system with inventory level under SS policy. Under steady state condition, various performance measures are estimated. We study the effect of S on the performance measure of the system. Numerically, we find that the expected number of customers in the system and the expected number of customers waiting in the system due to lack of inventory decreases as S increases. Besides this, the expected number of items in inventory increases when S increases. The probability that a customer waits for service due to shortage of inventory decreases, and probability that the server is idle has almost no change as S increases. This is the references. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Any questions from the audience? No? Okay, Khamis, thank you very much for the nice presentation and
Thank you.
for keeping the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, next speaker, Nisha Matthew. She's going to speak on a queuing inventory system with the 2 channels of service. Nisha?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start. കൂടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നു നിഷയുടെ കൂടെ ഇവിടെയാണ് അല്ല എവിടെ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയിക്കോളൂ.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Nisha Matthew, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Varghese C. Joshua, Department of Mathematics, CMS College, Kottayam, India. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of DCCN 2020 for giving me an opportunity to present a paper in this conference.
Nisha, I'm sorry we can't see your slide. We can't see it. Can you share your screen, please?
We are not able to see the screen.
Yes,
That
there is no
PowerPoint
slides.
presentation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay. Yeah.
Is it visible now? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. It is now visible. Yes, Nisha. It is visible. You can proceed.
Okay, okay, sir. Motivation for our model is The modern day retail business is driven by multiple platforms which are either offline or online. Long gone are the days where customers have to be physically present for shopping. Sometimes customers give orders online through various virtual platforms and on a few occasions go out for shopping. A similar situation serves as a motivation for the present model. Our model description: we consider a queuing inventory model with positive service time and two service channels. Channel 1 is a single server facility and channel 2.
Move to the second slide, next slide. Yeah. Okay. Okay, right.
Channel 1 is a single server facility and channel 2 is a bulk service facility. Our model includes one product which is being sold through two different platforms, a physical shop and an online platform. There are two types of customers, namely physical customers and online customers. We assume that both the arrivals of type 1 and type 2 customers follow independent post-on process with arrival rate lambda 1 and lambda 2 respectively. Type 1 customers can form an infinite queue. Type 2 customers are served in batches with maximum batch size n. Service is initiated only if inventory is available. The inventory replenishment follows the SS policy with positive lead time, which is exponential with parameter gamma. Each customer demands 1 unit of item having a random duration of service time. Service time distribution of both type 1 and type 2 customers are assumed to be of phase type with irreducible representations, pH alpha T with M1 phases and pH beta U with M2 phases respectively. A clock is also set which starts ticking with the first arrival of type 2 customer in every cycle. Theta is the rate of realization of the exponential clock. If the server is ideal, type 1 customer enters into the service. The type 2 customers are served only when the number of orders by type 2 becomes n or the clock time expires, whichever occurs first. The type 2 customers are served in bulk provided 2 or more type 2 customers have joined before the expiry or realization of the clock. When the service in channel 1 begins, the inventory level drops by 1 unit. But when the service in channel 2 begins, the inventory level drops by N2, where N2 is the number of type 2 customers present at that time. When the clock expires or when number of type 2 customers reaches N, the clock is turned off and the service of all these type 2 customers is provided in a batch provided the server was ideal at that time. If the server is busy at that time, type 2 customers are served immediately on completion of service of the current type 1 customer. No type 2 customer is allowed to join the system once the clock expires or n type 2 are in the system. The random variables defined as follows. N1 of t is the number of type 1 customers in the queue at time t. N2 of t is the number of type 2 customers in the finite buffer at time t. B of t is the server status at time t. There are 3 server status: 0 when the server is ideal, 1 when the server is busy with type 1 customer, 2 if the server is busy with type 2 customer. C of t is the clock status at time t. I of t is the number of items in the inventory at time t. J of t is the phase of the service process at time t. Then N1 of t, N2 of t, B of t, C of t, I of t, J of t, t greater than or equal to 0 is a continuous time Markov chain and it describes the model under consideration. This model can be considered as a level independent QBD process. The solution is obtained by matrix analytic method. The state space omega is equal to omega 1 union omega 2 is defined as follows. The infinitesimal generator Q of the level independent QBD describing the above single server queuing inventory model is of the form as shown here. A naught represents arrival of a customer to the system, that is a transition from level N1 to N1 plus 1. A2 represents transition from level N1 to N1 minus 1. A1 describes all transitions in which the level does not change. The structure of the matrices A0 and A2 are as follows. A0 is a diagonal matrix with all the entries lambda 1. A2 is also a diagonal matrix which is of the form H1 naught, diagonal matrix H1 naught, H1 1, etc. H1 n, where H1 naught, H1 j and H1 n are described as shown here. The steady state solution. The Markov chain with generator Q is positive recurrent if and only if lambda 1 is less than sigma j is equal to 0 to n pi j h1 j e, where the stationary vector pi of a is obtained by solving pi a equal to 0, pi e equal to 1, where the is as a is equal to a0 plus a1 plus a2. The stationary distribution of the Markov process under consideration is obtained by solving the set of equation xq equal to 0, xe equal to 1. X be decomposed in conformity with q as follows. From xq equal to 0, we get the following equation. It may be shown that there exists a constant matrix R such that xi is equal to xi minus 1 R for I is equal to 2, 3, etc. The subvectors xi are geometrically related by the equation xi is equal to x1 into Ri minus 1 for I is equal to 2, 3, etc. R can be obtained from the matrix quadratic equation R square A2 plus R A1 plus A0 equal to 0. Some of the performance measures of the system are expected number of type 1 customers in the system, expected number of type 2 customers in the system, expected number of items in the inventory, expected number of customers waiting in the system due to lack of inventory, probability that the server is ideal, probability that the server is busy with type 1 customer, probability that the server is busy with type 2 customer, probability that the clock is on. Expected rate at which replenishment of inventory occurs, probability that type 2 customer is blocked from entering the service. In this paper, we consider a single server queuing inventory model with 2 channels of service. Service to both channels is provided by a single server. Various performance measures are evaluated at steady state conditions. We plan to analyze the problem for cost effectiveness. These are some of our references. Thank you.
Nisha, we are not able to see the references. You said that these are the references. Where is it? Probably the previous slide. Oh, that's right.
Is it or is
Okay,
it clear, sir?
It is all right. Now, any question from the audience? No? Well, Nisha, can you go to slide 9? Slide number 9. I don't know whether you have numbered it.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I remember it is 9. Because some questions concerning that, because maybe because an assumption.
This is there. It's okay.
Is this one?
Yes, sir. This is slide number 9.
The server is busy at that time. Type 2 customers are served immediately on completion of service of the type 1 customers. No type 2 customer is allowed to join the system once the clock expires. For n type 2 are in the system. So the clock is for what purpose? It is something determining the time to start the delivery of the item to the type 2 customers.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is for a time is kept for delivery of the type 2 customer. Clock is set for that.
Oh, okay. All right. So what is the nature of the clock? What is the duration?
Exponential clock with rate theta.
I see. Exponential clock, of course, has a drawback. It has the lag memory property. So what happens is probability of it expiring in a short interval of time. That has nothing to do with the age of the clock. How long it has been functioning or was on. That has nothing to do with the probability of expiry in the next short interval of time. That's one problem. And when the clock is off means what? Probably the last but 3 slide or something you just mentioned about clock is off. Clock is off means that is that expired.
Clock expires, or when type 2 customers reaches in.
Not something that is clock is off, rather it expires. That may be appropriate. You are not switching it off.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay. Any other question? So you are much ahead of time. You completed that. We have still 4 minutes. If there is no other question, I would like to invite Sinulal. He is to speak on something. For example, disease outbreak managing in using queuing system. He is going to speak on that. And self-generation of status of customers is also important. Okay, Sinu.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
I can. Can you?
Okay.
Is my screen visible?
No. You have to
Make it larger.
full screen.
Okay, now.
Yes.
No.
But
Still no.
The slide is big.
Slide is very small.
The screen becomes larger, but
Yeah. Screen is full, but the slides are pretty small. That has not changed.
Sir, can
No,
you?
it is okay.
Okay, fine.
So, myself, Sinulal TS, presently doing research at the Department of Mathematics, CMS College, Kottayam, under the guidance of Dr. Varghese C. Joshua. And first of all, let me convey my sincere thanks to all the crew behind this program for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to participate and present this work in this occasion. And in this work, we are describing a disease outbreak managing queuing system with self-generation of status and a random clock for determining the quarantine time. I think this model is very useful in contemporary life situation, and we are designing this model an epidemic management system with the tools of queuing theory. And by the self-generation of status, we mean the status of being affected or not. And we use the notion of random clock for generation of status, and also for determining the quarantine period of a suspected person. And let me enter into the model description. The patients or customers are assumed to be arriving according to a Markovian arrival process defined by the matrices D0 and D1, each of order A, And first arriving customers enter into a multi-server station with identical servers, each with exponentially distributed service time. And a suspected person is sent to a quarantine pool with a probability P, and otherwise he is sent out with a complementary probability. By a suspected person, we first analyze his history, his contacts, or such background details, and then we determine whether he is prone to the disease or not. Now, if all servers are busy, then patients are allowed to wait in an infinite queue. And when the pool has assumed to have finite capacity, and if the pool is full, then all the customers will be lost. So our aim is that minimizing the customer loss. That means we have to design the system in such a way that maximum number of or all the number of suspected persons are accommodated in the quarantine pool. And when a customer enters into the quarantine pool, two random clocks starts ticking. One of the random clocks gives the quarantine period, and which is assumed to follow an Erlang distribution having order G. And a customer in the pool generates the status of being infected and is according to a Coxian distribution of order H. The customer can leave the system upon the realization of the Erlang clock. That means upon the completion of the quarantine period. And if the customer has generated the infected status before the realization of the Erlang clock, then he is transferred to a specially designed care unit. The care unit is assumed to be a multi-server station with identical servers. Each has service time following a phase type distribution with a representation alpha S. Now, we describe the system as a continuous time Markov chain XT with the components NT, MT, ET, CT, ST, and AT, where NT is the number of customers up to the first stage. That means those in the first multi-server station, and also they include the person in waiting. And MT is the number of customers in the quarantine pool. ET, CT, and ST have subcomponents. And in ET, EI is the number of persons at the phase of in the ith phase of the Erlang clock. And in CT, CK is the number of Coxian clocks saying in the kth phase. And in ST, SI is the number of servers at the second station. That means in the specially designed care unit at the ith phase of service, and AT is assumed to be the phase of Markovian arrival process. Also, we describe the state space S. S with the union from I is equal to 0 to infinity Li. Li represents the level, and each Li has three divisions, L1, L2, and L3. L1 corresponds to empty pool, so that it avoids the phases from the Erlang clock, also from the Coxian clock. And in L2 we can see that there is no person at the second stage. That means at the special care unit is empty. And L3 corresponds to the states when the pool is non-empty. Also the special care unit is also non-empty. And the infinitesimal generator has this form, and that means it's an level independent QBD process. Then we obtain the stability condition as shown. So for the stationary distributions, we solve the system of equations xq is equal to 0 with the normalizing condition xc equal to 1, and the boundary conditions are also given, and the solution is obtained through the recurrence relation xc plus I is equal to xc r power I, where r is the minimal non-negative solution to the matrix quadratic equation r2 r square a2 plus ra1 plus a0 is equal to 0, and r is computed numerically using the logarithmic reduction algorithm. And and also we give the procedure for solving the boundary equations, and we give a few performance characteristics of the system: probability that the system is empty, probability that the pool is full, and probability that there are k customers in the pool, the expected number of customers in the queue, and the expected number of busy servers in the first stage. And we give these references which are essential for this work. So with that, we conclude work. Thank you. Sir.
Dear sir, your microphone is off. Can you turn on it? Turn off it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, yes. Now it is okay? It's audible?
Yes,
Yes,
now
sir.
Sinu, you go to the
Yes,
slide where you are speaking about the two clocks, two timers.
Sir, it is this one.
Yeah, one is Erlang clock, and this Erlang clock is for the second stage, right? Not the first stage.
Sir, actually, this is Erlang clock. Both the clocks are for the quarantine pool, not for any stage. The quarantine pool is in between these two stages.
Yeah, that is what I said. In fact, it is stage 2, I mean, from the first to the second, or maybe directly entering into that. Whatever.
Okay.
But this Erlang clock, each one clock for each customer in that, or
Yes.
otherwise,
For each customer in the quarantine pool, two clocks are simultaneously working.
for each customer.
Yes. So at a time. Oh, yes.
So that means it depends on the number of customers in the quarantine pool. That will be the number of clocks also, because
no
each
number of Erlang clocks and equal to number of Coxian clocks. The total number of clocks is twice the number of customers.
yes, okay. Then otherwise there will be some problem. Okay.
Yes.
So depending on how the customers leave that quarantine pool.
So the quarantine period is determined by the Erlang clock. That means he has to go through all the phases. But the generation of status is. Hello, sir.
Coxin.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Sir, the quarantine period is determined by the Erlang clock, and the generation of status is determined by the Coxian clock. That means for the quarantine period, he has to pass through all the phases. But for the status generation, it can be from any phase of that clock.
Yeah. But it's again a forward movement because it's Coxian. Yes. So it's always forward, but skipping several states perhaps.
Yes. So before the completion of quarantine time, he can be detected to be infected. That is represented by the clock.
So that is this clock, Coxian clock standing for.
Yes.
Okay. So.
Одна, наверное, не 10-я, а 100-я, да?
Причем там... Any questions?
Any question? Hello? Any question?
They were talking to him.
Oh, no question. So there is another important thing to say now. Sunilal got married last Sunday.
2 days back.
It is just 2 days ago. And let us all congratulate him for that. So it is an internationally declared thing now. And if Sinu's wife is somewhere nearby, please call her.
Sorry.
She has gone to the office?
Yes.
She is working and therefore she has gone to the office. Anyway, pass on our best wishes and
Thank you, sir.
all the best for the a very bright future for both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Special congratulations to Sinulal for preparing this slides, even this manager.
Thank you, sir.
Very special.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So again, Sinu, thank you for
Okay,
the
sir.
presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ambili Matthew. She is to speak on retail queuing system in which server searches to accumulate customers for a optimal bulk service. Ambili?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Ambili ഇവിടെ കാത്തിരിപ്പുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നമ്മളെ മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. You can start, Ambili.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Greetings to one and all present here. I am Ambili P. Matthew, Assistant Professor and Researcher in the Department of Mathematics of CMS College, Kottayam. The title of my presentation is A Retail Queuing System in which server searches to accumulate customers for optimal bulk serving. This is a joint paper by VC Joshua, A. Krishnamurthy, and myself. In classical queues, the concept of search was introduced by Marshall F. Newts and Ramal Hotho in the paper, a service model in which the server is required to search for customers, which appeared in the Journal of Applied Probability in 1984. In a retail queuing setup, search mechanism was introduced by Atshalho, Joshua, and Krishnamurthy in the paper, an MG1 retail queue with orbital search by server, which appeared in Advances in Stochastic Modeling in 2002. In our paper, the concept of orbital search is introduced in a single server retail queue providing bulk service. The purpose of the search introduced here is to accumulate customers for an optimum level of bulk service. Here, search is done only for a random duration of time if certain conditions are met. The motivation for the model considered here is a strategic operational policy which can be adopted by travel agencies and tour operators. Requests for operating travels to some specific locations has been arriving at random intervals of time. A journey is planned when a threshold number of requests are obtained. The operator goes in search of more customers even if the schedule is fixed. This is for accumulating more customers through search before the service starts. The operators or the agencies get more benefits from such accumulated customers. For search, they can adopt various strategies like providing some additional packages, discounts, etc. But addition of such accumulated customers may provide huge rewards when compared to the search cost. In such situations, the optimum level of bulk service can be determined. Model description. Here we consider a retail queuing system with an infinite orbit and a finite buffer. Let n be the maximum capacity of the buffer. Customers arrive according to a Poisson process with parameter lambda. Service is in batches of varying size according to AB bulk service policy with search. Under this policy, search for customers has been done if there are at least A but less than B customers in the system at any departure epoch. If the buffer size reaches A, the server is ready for service but wait for some random duration of time, and this time is utilized for search to accumulate maximum number of customers. A random clock working for an exponential duration of time starts along with search. Let 1 by theta be the mean duration of time the exponential clock works. Search will continue for a duration of time until either the buffer size reaches B or the random clock expires, whichever occurs first. Let theta be the rate at which the customers enter the buffer from the orbit as a result of search. The service times of one batch of customers are to follow exponential distribution with rate nu. Mathematical formulation. We define the necessary random variables as follows. Let n1 of t denote the number of customers in the orbit at time t. Let n2 of t be the number of customers in the finite buffer at a time t. S of t be the server status and C of t be the clock status. Now, phi of t equal to set n1 of t, n2 of t, S of t, C of t where t greater than or equal to 0. This one is a Markov process and it describes the process under consideration. We can define the state space of the model under consideration. So this model can be considered as a level independent QBD process. The structure of the matrices B, A0, A1, A2 all can be defined in terms of transitions of the states given in the following tables. Here B corresponds to the transitions within the level 0 and A0 corresponds to the transitions from level I to level I plus 1. A1 transitions within the same level and A2 the transitions from the level I to I minus 1. So these are the rates of transitions in different cases. So the Markov chain with the generator Q is stable if and only if lambda is less than n plus b plus 1 into mu plus b minus a into theta. The bulk service retrieval queue is search considered here can be studied as a level independent QBD process and it can be solved by metric analytic method. Under steady state conditions, the stationary distribution of the Markov process is obtained by solving the set of equations xu equal to 0 and x equal to 1. These are the decomposition of the vector x. Now, R can be obtained from the matrix quadratic equation R square A2 plus R A1 plus A0 equal to 0 and we can find the subvectors xi by the relation x0 R raised to I. Now, we evaluate some performance measures, expected number of customers in the orbit, then we find the expected number of customers in the finite buffer, probability that the buffer is full, expected rate at which customers enter the orbit, then probability that the search lock is in on condition, then probability that the server is idle, and expected rate at which customers enter the buffer from the orbit, the rate of successful retrials from the orbit, the overall rate of retrials from the orbit, then the fraction of successful rate of retrials, etc. And in this numerical example, we study the effect of the parameter theta on the expected number of customers in the buffer, the idle time of the server, and on the probability that the search clock is on. For the results in the example, we fix the following values. Now, P of S1, that is the probability that the search is going on, increases with an increase in the rate theta. As theta increases, P of S1 increases, and as a result, more customers are accumulated in the buffer. As a result, more batch of customers can enter the service facility without waiting for long. So the idle time of the server A0 decreases as the mean rate theta at which the random clock expires increases. As A0 decreases, the server is busy for more time, and as a result, the expected number of customers waiting in the buffer that decreases. And here, search can be used to improve the efficiency of the system. If the search clock is working for more time, the idle time of the server can be reduced. An optimum level of duration of search helps in improving the cost effectiveness of the model. These are some of the references. Thank you. Thank you.
Ambili, references are not visible. You are not displaying that slide.
This is not presenting.
Reference that.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, so-
all right. Okay. So, questions from the audience? No? Well, I have two questions. One is regarding the threshold. What happens if the threshold is not reached? Or are you just keeping a threshold in advance and then only start the clock? Or start scheduling?
Threshold for the AB policy of service. The level A.
So
Minimum
threshold
level.
is the minimum number of customers to accumulate,
A.
right?
A.
To start a service.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So
So
that is considered to be the not optimal, but best something to start a service in an economic way. Below
Yes.
that is not economical. That is what you mean.
Okay.
Right?
We can find the expected number of searches from
But
this model.
that is another question. That what is a search here? It appears the customers are not searching, but instead the system is searching.
Yes.
For customers.
Yes. The system
Customers.
is.
No, I mean what I mean is the following. No, even those who are waiting already in the system, customers in the system, they also try to search for customers.
No, sir.
For
Only
example,
the system is searching here.
oh, system alone. But
Yes.
you can probably think of rather customers already present there looking
In the
for
buffer.
customers in order that the schedule will be actually taking off much ahead of the planned time.
Okay, sir. Okay.
The aircraft or whatever.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So that will be a group search rather than restricted to a single individual, namely the system or the server.
Yes, sir.
That may be adding to this. There is a higher possibility of the departure taking place much ahead of the scheduled time.
Okay, sir.
That's one thing. Again, all of you will be happy to know that Ambali is not anymore Miss Ambali. She is Dr. Ambali. So let us all congratulate her for this great achievement. She was awarded the doctoral degree formally by the Mahatma Gandhi University at Kottayam. The thesis defense examiner was Professor Alexander Dudin from Belarus. So it was a very nice occasion, and here this again is a really happy occasion for all of us. She is the first PhD from the Department of Mathematics from CMS College. First PhD in the sense that the first to take PhD working in this department and then taking degree. As a research student, she is the first person to take the degree. So, hearty congratulations. And
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And keep up your work.
Thank you,
with the
sir.
tempo.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you for the presentation, Ambali. The next speaker, Anil Kumar. And he is to speak on comparison of different levels of local purchase quantities in a geometric one production inventory system.
Sir, whether I am audible?
You are audible, but your slides are not visible.
Okay, sir. Whether it,
Yes.
whether
it is okay.
It's
Now.
okay. It's clear.
Greeting to one and all. First of all, I thank the organizer of DCCN to give an opportunity to present a paper in this seminar, in this conference. the title of my paper is Comparison of Different Level of Locker Purchase Quantity in a GeoGeo1 Production Inventory System. This paper is prepared by myself and with my guide, Dr. K.P. Jose. I am a research scholar in St. Peter's College,
Excuse
Kolanjeri.
me.
Hello?
Ankumar, your voice is not sharing. Can you share your
You are
video?
not sharing your video.
It's better.
Hello?
If possible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I shall share.
Only if possible, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, you can continue.
I shall share, sir.
No.
Some problem is there. Sharing some problem is there, sir.
No,
If there is problem, don't worry.
If not, no, don't worry. Proceed.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay.
Continue.
Now you change. Okay, fine. No.
This paper considers GeoGeo1 production inventory system in which demand occur according to Bernoulli process and service time is geometric distribution. The maximum storage is S. When the on-hand inventory level is reduced to little less, a production order is placed. The production time follows geometric distribution. When the inventory level becomes 0, an instantaneous locker purchase of 1 unit or little s unit or capital S unit is made to meet the demand. The three cases of local purchase are discussed in 3 separate models. A closed form solution is obtained for this model, and a cost function is defined, and on the basis of that cost function, we compared this model with some numerical examples. The first reported work on product form solution in queuing inventory is of Schwartz in 2006. Later in 2007, with assumption that no customers are allowed to enter in the system when the inventory level is 0. Later in 2007, Schwartz developed that model by rerouting the customers during the stock out period. In 2009, Safari and Haji introduced an instantaneous local purchase with a instantaneous replenishment with a high replenishment cost in 2009. The investigation of stochastic decomposition in production inventory system is done on 2013 by Krishnamurthy and Vishwanath, with the assumption that the customers are not allowed to enter in the system and the inventory level is 0. Recently, in 2019, Krishnamurthy also considered a production inventory system with the positive service time and obtained a stochastic decomposition by introducing 1 unit of local purchase during the stock out period. This paper analyzes the quantity of instantaneous replenishment during the stock out period. Assumptions. We consider a production SS production inventory system. Arrival of customer follows Bernoulli process with the parameter P, and service time follows geometric distribution with the parameter Q. Each customer receives 1 item after completing the service. The production starts when the inventory reaches little s and is stopped when it is reached capital S. The production time of the individual item in the inventory follows geometric distribution with the parameter R. Since the time axis is divided into slots, we have to specify which will occur first in discrete case. We assume that arrival and service completion occur at the beginning of the slot boundary, and production of the individual item takes place at the end of the slot boundary. In any epoch, if the inventory level becomes 0 due to service and production lag, an instantaneous locker purchase of 1 unit or S unit or capital S unit is made with high purchasing cost to meet the demand. These three, in third case, that is when we purchase capital S items, we cancel that production order. These three these three type of local purchase is studied in 3 respective models: model 1, model 2, and model 3. Modeling. Here we use the notation N of N, the number of customers in the queue at an epoch N, I of N, the inventory level at an epoch N, C of N, the production status, 0 when the production is off, and 1 when the production is on. and we use the simple notation x bar equal to 1 minus x for 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1. Then n of n, I of n, z of n is a quasi birth death process with the state space mentioned here. It is an infinite state space. Using the stability for model 1, I have written this the transition probability here and the corresponding matrices here. This using the stability of the level independent quasi birth death process mentioned in Newts. This Markov chain is stable if p q bar less than p bar q. On simplification, we will get p is less than q. This Markov chain is stable if and only if p is less than q. The steady state probability vector pi I for respective models I equal to 1, 2, 3, y naught pi 1. It is an infinite tuple matrix, infinite tuple. It is given by pi n of I. Its components pi n of I is that means here n indicates then there are n customers in a long run. If in a steady state there are n customers, the probability that there are n customers pi n of I and inventory level is I. What is it? That is given by q minus p by q into pi I pi cap of I. This pi cap of I depends on I for n equal to 0, and q minus p by q by p bar q into rho raised to I minus 1 pi cap of I for n greater or equal to 1. This pi cap of I depends on the model, and this is obtained. In fact, this is obtained by from the above Markov chain itself, by the assumption that the service time is negligible, and we got the expression for pi cap as pi cap of I. Suppose pi cap of I is has coordinates like this, then each coordinate has a closed form solution, and it is given by pi j of I equal to pi j of 1 equal to and pi s of 1, and similarly pi s of 2, pi j 1 of 2, all are we obtained a explicit expression for all these values, and we have also seen that some probabilities are equal. Here the notation k is p r bar by p bar r in order to simplify this expression. Some relevant performance measures are considered here. Suppose pi k is the steady state probability vector, then we consider the following performance measures. Expected q length eq equal to, we got an explicit expression for that, p bar by q minus p. Expected inventory level EIL, that is that also has an explicit expression, but because it is a lengthy expression, that is why it is not included here. Expected rate of production EPR, that is equal to we got a close to explicit expression for that. Expected local purchase rate, that is pi 1 of k, pi 1 cap of k into p into 1 minus r. Next, expected production switch on rate, that is equal to p into pi cap of k. Cost function based on the above performance measures, we define a cost function. For that, we need individual cost C0, C1, C2, C3, C4, and C5. C0 is the switching cost for the production. C1 production cost per unit inventory per unit time. C2 cost of inventory per holding cost of inventory per unit time. Cost C3 cost due to the local purchase of unit items. C4 cost per local purchase. C5 the cancellation cost, that is only applicable for model 3, and we define expected total cost ETC equal to C0 into E on plus C1 into EPR. These performance measures are already we define. C1 into EPR plus C2 into EIL plus C3 into Q plus C4 plus C5 into ELP. Now we consider the now we are finding the distribution of the number of local purchase in a specified time. For this, we truncate the queue, that queue size. That means we choose the n large enough so that since sigma rho raised to n converges. Already for stability, we should have rho less than 1. Since sigma rho raised to n converges, we can make the tail part of that series less than a pre-assigned quantity. Say epsilon by q minus p by q into p by p bar q. On simplification, we will get rho raised to n less than epsilon by q. That is, we choose n sufficiently large so that rho raised to n is less than epsilon by q. Let n of n be the number of local purchase during the time 0 n, and n of n, I of n, c of n respectively denote the number of customers, inventory level, and server status at an epoch n. Consider the Markov chain L of n, n of n, I of n, c of n, n greater or equal to 0 with a state space singleton set delta union set to 1, 2, 3, etc. cross set to 1, 2, 3, etc. n, because we already truncated the queue length. Cross set 1, 2, 3, etc. This is inventory. This represent the inventory as well as the production status, where delta represent the absorbing state on the realization of the random clock with a probability small delta. The transition probability of this matrix is PL is 1, 0, delta U, where U is mentioned here, and delta is delta E, where E is of dimension that of N1. Let xk be the probability that k local purchase is done before the realization of the random clock. Consider the top left matrix U star of U having order k plus 1 into s minus s, because in order to find xk we need only the top left part of that U. Then the probability that absorption will take place at the kth level is beta n dash into delta E, where n dash is the k plus 1th block of the first row of I minus U star, and beta is the initial probability vector. On simplification, we will get x naught equal to delta into beta into 1 minus n1 inverse into E, and xk equal to minus 1 raised to k delta beta into I minus n1 inverse into n naught all raised to k into I minus n1 inverse into E. Distribution of the local purchase in a specified time. That for that we need the initial probability vector beta also, that is mentioned in here. Here we truncated that, so we have to normalize that q. That is what we are doing here. So beta naught is 1 minus p by q into pi cap, and beta I is 1 minus p by q into p by p bar q into rho raised to I minus 1 by this. The denominator the division is done in order to normalize this vector beta, in order to normalize this vector, so that the total sum is 1. Here pi is pi cap of I depending on the model that I already mentioned. Now we have done some numerical calculations. We make variation on P by keeping all other parameters in the cost constant. Then we have seen that the variation of expected total cost with P as shown in figure. Here this figure shows that when as P moves from 0.34 to 0.5, the model 1 is the best model and model 2 is better than model 3. As P increases further up to 0.74, then model 2 will be then model 2 is the best model, because in that case arrival occur very random. So the arrival probability is very high. So we have to. It is better to purchase. littlest items rather than one item. This figure also shows that at this stage, the model 1 is better than model 3. And if if P is increased further, then here this shows that if P is greater than 0.74, then model 3 is better than model 3 is better than model 1. Yes, this figure shows the variation of R with etc. Here, as P moves from for smaller values of R, it is better to purchase littlest items. As P increases, as R increases, that means the replenishment rate is high, then it is better to purchase one item locally. That is what it is. That is mentioned here. Conclusion: this article analyzes GeoGeo1 production inventory system. We analyzed 3 model based on the number of items locally purchased. A closed form solution is obtained for all these model. Based on suitable cost function, we compared the model by varying the parameters. The distribution of the number of times locally purchased during a specified period is also calculated. A simple extension of this model can be done by varying the local purchase quantity instead of these three events. We can vary randomly. Further extensions are also possible by considering discrete map for arrival process or discrete phase type distribution for the service time and lead time, or both. These are all the reference used to prepare these slides. Thank you.
The references are not seen. What are the references? Can you show that slide? Okay, that is not visible earlier. Okay, Anil Kumar, thank you for the presentation. It was really good. But how do you decide the quantum for local purchase? What is the basis of it?
Sir, it is already illustrated in the numerical examples. If the local purchase cost is high, then it is better to purchase huge quantity instead of one quantity, sir.
Now, how do you? What is the compensation effect there? So when you go for higher quantity, larger quantity of purchase, do you get some sort of discount?
Yes.
You are getting some discounts.
That is not considered here, sir.
No, but so otherwise, how do you say going for a larger purchase of a larger quantity, for example, littlest or capitalist?
Sir, if that may, otherwise we have one more cost is included in the cost, sir, because for each local purchase it has a specific, it has a cost, a particular cost, instead along with the unit cost. Oh,
so it is there is a fixed cost plus unit price.
Yes, sir.
Whereas that fixed cost is just one irrespective of the number of items locally purchased.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so that is a way in which it gets compensated.
Yes, sir.
And slide number 11, can you just go to that? Slide 11.
Yes, sir. Yes, slide number 11. I have shown the.
See, where delta represents the absorbing state on the realization of the random clock with some probability. What do you mean by that?
Here we consider binomial clocks, sir.
No, whatever. You can just say according to a binomial clock rather than saying that with some probability.
That is what I mean, sir. It is.
You can just say what is the type of clock. That would be better than.
Okay. Sir.
Even at that particular point, say with probability would mean that okay, it's like a geometric clock because it's binomial. So time has geometric distribution.
Yes, sir.
So it will be better to specify that rather than saying with some probability.
Okay, okay.
That would be looking better.
Okay.
That's okay. I think those are the observations that I have. But then probably you can do something more in the numerical side to improve the output.
Okay, sir.
Because some sort of investigation into, for example, introducing the discount. See, discount, when you go for a larger quantity, naturally you will be getting much more reduced price. You will get items at a much more reduced price rather than for a single purchase. So there should be some environment that forces you to go for single item purchase. It may be because of the demand, heavy demand, and the production is not completed within a specified time. Production may be slow.
Yes, sir.
So looking into all those things, probably you can add something more. It's only a suggestion, not that I'm forcing you to just do that.
Sir, how, where we can include that?
No, that discount you can include in the cost.
Cost, okay.
Yeah. That is per item cost. Instead, the local purchase cost for one item as well as, say, when you buy in bulk, for example, capitalist items, unit price should be smaller in the latter case.
Okay.
For a little less items purchased in bulk, you can go for a lesser discount. But the discount, there will not be any discount in the case of a single local purchase, single item local purchase.
Okay,
So
sir. Okay, sir.
then that will reflect really on the, probably in that case that capitalists may turn out to be most suited one.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
But the cancellation cost, are you going to lose everything that you have used for, I mean, the money paid while ordering? That question will be arising. So the cancellation cost depends on the cancellation cost as well.
Okay, sir.
Whereas the other two cases, you are not going for a cancellation. When you local purchase by the quantity capitalist, you are going for cancellation as well.
Yes, sir.
Cancellation on the order already placed.
Yes, sir.
So that you had that aspect you can take into consideration for an improved numerical analysis.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's all my observation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was really nice.
Thank
So
you, sir.
next to speak is I'm going to say the last part of her name only, Suranga Sambat. She is to speak
Yes.
on transient analysis of an MM1N, that is finite capacity. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Suranga Sambat. Wait. Transient analysis of an MM1N, that is a finite capacity queue with a bulking, catastrophes, server failure, and repairs. Okay, Suranga, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Can you see my screen?
No, we are not able to see your face nor your slides, the PowerPoint. Indian ആകാം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ ശ്രീലങ്ക തമിഴ്
Now, can you see my?
Oh, still not.
Yes.
Now your presentations are visible.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I am Suranga from Sri Lanka. I think you all have experience with queues. We can see them in many places, like in train station, banks, post offices, like that places. First, I want to explain some basic concept of queuing theory. Queuing system with bulking can apply it in real life problems such as computer and communication system. Many of the researchers have done some research to solve some problem related to bulking feature, and system disaster is another type of concept of queuing theory. It can be named as catastrophes, service system breakdowns, or queuing flushing. Catastrophes can happen at random time when service is providing service for all customers, so when service is in vacation, or when catastrophes occur, all the customers in the system are removed. As earlier, many researchers done their research to solve some problem related to system disaster, but we can see the absence of research trying to obtain transient solution for MM1N queuing system with bulking, catastrophes, server failures, and repairs. Therefore, we studied this model. This research can be considered as an extension of earlier research. This is our model. We consider MM1N queuing system with bulking, catastrophes, and server failures and repairs. Arrivals allows arrival join the system according to a Poisson process with rate lambda. Service takes a place according to exponential distribution with rate mu. If customer notes that there's a total number of customers in the queuing system is less than or equal to n-1, he is able to join the queuing system. If he sees the number of customers in the system greater than or equal n, he join the queue with probability 1, or leave the system with probability B. The capacity of the system is finite, and it is assumed that interarrival times and service time are mutually independent. Here, service discipline is first in, first out process. When the system is idle or busy, catastrophe occur at service station according to a Poisson process. And the repair times of the failed server are independent and identically distributed according to an exponential distribution with parameter eta. After repair, the server becomes ready to serve with new customers. Here we consider QTB the probability that server is under repair at the time instant t with Q0 equals 0. This is we consider XT denotes the total number of customers in the system at time t. Then we can obtain Chapman-Kolmogorov differential equation as like this. Then we are going to get the transient probabilities. First, we define the probability generating function like equation 7, and we considering the equation 1 to 4, and after some algebra we can obtain the equation 8, and now we multiply the equation 5 and 6 by appropriate power of z, then we can obtain the equation 9. Now we added these two equations, and using the definition of probability generating function, we can obtain the equation 10. After some algebra, we can obtain the expression for pi k plus n T. This is it's depend on the PIK and PINT. Now we consider initially no customers are in the system, and FX denotes the Laplace transform of FT. After that, we took the Laplace transform of the system of equation 1 to 3. Then we have the equation 12, 13, and 14. Using these equation, we are going to obtain the solution for other probability function. By the equation 14, we will have the equation 15. After some algebra, we can obtain the equation 16. Here we define another function phi s. It is satisfies this quadratic equation. This equation has two roots where we can easily see that theta s is the unique root for within the range 0 to 1. This solution we applied for the equation 16, and after some algebra we can obtain the equation 17. Taking the Laplace inverse transform of the equation 17, we can obtain the expression for PINT. By the equation 13, which we got already, we will have the this equation, and after some algebra we can obtain, after using same procedure, we can obtain the equation 90. As earlier, we apply theta s for the equation 19, and after some algebra we will have the equation 20. Using applying the inverse Laplace transform for the equation 20, we can obtain the expression for PI0T. By taking the Laplace transform of the equation 6, and after some algebra, we can obtain the equation 22. Again, taking the inverse Laplace transform of the equation 22, we can get an expression for PINT. Now again, we take the Laplace transform of the equation 4, and we did some mathematical calculation. We can obtain another equation here. It also have same quadratic equation. Here roots of this quadratic equation, this equation has two roots. It is clear that one of them, that Ts is the unique root within the range 0 to 1. Therefore, we apply that root for that equation, and after some algebra, we can obtain the equation 25. Again, we took the inverse Laplace transform of the equation 25. Then we have an expression for PIKT. Finally, we took the inversion of Laplace transform of the equation 12, and using the convolution theorem, we can obtain the expression for QT like equation 27. In this research, we studied M1, MM1NQ with bulking, catastrophes, failures, and repairs. We got the explicit expression for transient probabilities using the probability generating function technique. Okay, sir.
Hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there are a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
a few from my side and a few other questions from the other co-chair, Dr. Varghese Joshua. My questions are the following. Is the state space description complete? Because say you are just basing everything on the number of customers in the system, right?
Yes, sir.
You do not say whether the server is under repair or he is working. Do you distinguish these two states of the system?
We considered server is idle in the initial state.
No, that is okay.
Oh, yes, sir.
I didn't ask you about the idle part of the server at the initial stage. So, which means that customers arrive not at the beginning at time 0, they just start arriving at a later stage. So, there is an idle there. No, forget about it. But how do you say that the state space description is complete? I will not be able to get a Markov chain unless I know the status of the server also, because he may be under breakdown and therefore under repair. Have you taken into consideration that in the state space description? Can you just show the slide on your state space description?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Can you see it, sir?
No, please, no, it is not visible.
Please wait, ma'am.
Okay, so just look, tell me about the state space description. So just to see PIN, IN, I and N both varying from 0 to N. What do you mean by that?
Here, you mean I?
I is standing for what and N standing for what? You have to describe that.
In the standing for number of customers in the
that is
yes,
okay.
time t. At time t, I stand for number of customers at time 0.
No, that will not help you. See, I should know. Currently, I am looking at time t. So, what is the status of this system? Whether server is busy, server is in breakdown, and therefore under. You have to specify that. Otherwise, the system description is incomplete.
Sorry, sir, I didn't got it.
No. See, you have not the system description. In order that it is complete, you have to say what is the status of the server. Now, this is okay, provided the server is working, there is no catastrophe, whatever.
Yes.
You have not therefore specified the status of the server at any given time.
Yes, sir. I got it.
So your Markov chain is not one-dimensional; it has to be two-dimensional.
Yes. Yes, I have to mention it.
Yeah, otherwise this description is incomplete, and therefore this working is not correct. You have to introduce those things. For example, you have referred. If you go to the slides where you have given the references, you can see, for example, the paper by Krishnamar and his co-authors. That is not just a one-dimensional Markov chain. There are so many further descriptions of the Markov chain. In order to get required, in order to get a Markov chain, it will not be one-dimensional Markov chain.
Yes.
So those are my questions. And Dr. Joshua, he has also some questions.
Hello, Sampath, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I may
Yes.
have also a couple of questions. One is, you assume that a server, when a server is busy and a catastrophe occurs, all
Yes.
the units in the system is assumed to be destroyed.
Yes, sir.
That's the way in which you have modeled. Or it is flushed out. Can you give a motivating example where when
In a data communication system, like sometimes when we use some data communication system, DDoS attack may happen. Then all the data may be lost.
But there the server is busy with one particular customer, the others are in some other state or
Sorry, sir.
okay. Another one is there anything special about considering n numbers in the system, MM1n, restricted to n?
Finite capacity.
So you have considered the finite capacity?
No, I here consider the infinite system is sorry.
No, but your symbol notation indicates that is a finite capacity. Maximum is capital, uppercase.
No, no, sir. It's a system capacity is infinite. Yes.
Oh, I see. So, no, but that notation, but that what is that capital N standing for?
What is that big N stands for?
Sorry, sir.
What is that big N stands for?
There's MM1NQ. That is what you have written.
Yes.
So what is N standing for? The last letter N standing for? It just indicates in the queuing notation, it stands for the capacity of the system.
Yes, capacity of the system.
But then you said it is infinite capacity. Just now you said.
No, sorry. Sometimes I missed some your words. Here, sorry. Here, this system is finite. Then the capacity of the system is n, equal to n. Yes. Yes.
Is there a reason for taking this finite capacity?
Yes, a finite capacity system, and then customer sees if number of customers in the system n-1, they join the system. If exceed it, they decide to join with probability B and bulk in the system with probability 1 minus beta. Sorry, beta.
Okay, one more about in slide 24, I think. Can you go to slide 24?
Okay, sir.
I think so. Slide 24. No, it is not 24. You have mentioned SIS.
That continued fraction.
I think
continued fraction. Should,
yes, it is. Is it continued fraction that SIS as its value, its final value is given in the second? Okay, it's okay. Oh, its final value is given there. No, it's okay. Okay, somebody. Its final value is given the final value.
But then check with this one. Your system description, you have to make it more elaborate. Otherwise, it's not a continuous time Markov chain that you have.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So any other question from the audience? If not, let us thank Mr. Sampath for the presentation. We go to the last speaker for the session, Senior Sukova.
Yes, hello, thank you. Cheers.
Okay. Kindly
Yes,
give presentation.
I will try to share my presentation.
Oh, sure.
Okay, just a minute. Now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon to participants and chairs, and it's a pleasure for me to present my talk today on this DCCN event. I'm Zhukova Ksenia from the Institute of Applied Mathematical Research from Petrozavodsk, Russia. And today I'm going to present a talk on estimating the overflow probability in single server retrial system with two classes of customers. Large deviation analysis is closely connected with the evaluation of the quality of service parameters of the telecommunication and computer systems. And one of such an important parameters is a stationary overflow probability that, for example, the buffer content or the number of customers or the number or the orbit size will exceed a given threshold, some high level n. The problem of calculating and estimating the overflow probability have been well studied previously. For example, there were established the logarithmic asymptotics of such an probability in multi-server and single-server queues, classical queues, where this probability was considered during a regeneration cycle. Also, this probability was studied in tandem networks and the retrial queues. Since the retrial queues are highly motivated by practical applications, we decided to consider these models and try to investigate the asymptotic of the large deviation probability in retrial queues. And our previous research showed that there are possibility to construct some bounds, lower and upper bound, for the logarithmic asymptotic of the probability that the number of customers in the system will exceed some high level n. We established the bounds for this probability during the regeneration cycle in single server retrial queues, and for the probability on the full busy cycle and regeneration cycle in multi-server retrial queues. And the idea to expand these results that we got was tempting, so we decided to make a next step and consider a retrial queue with several orbits and different classes of customers. And today I'm going to talk about two orbits and two classes of customers for service times. So we consider single server retrial system with a renewal import, and you can see some of the annotation. There are two types of service times, meaning that there are the first class customers with service time S1 and second class customers with service times S2, and there are some probability P that distribute these classes. And there are some input rate lambda and the service times for these two classes of customers. Since we consider retrial queue, there are some constant retrial rate policy. We have two infinite capacity virtual orbits, and the retrial times for each of the class is Xi1 and Xi2. So the class, each class have its own service time and its own retrial time. And since the retrial rate policy is constant, so the total intensity of retrials from each orbit remains constant, regardless of the orbit size. Our interest is the logarithmic asymptotic of the overflow probability, in particular the lower and upper bound for these asymptotics, as the level n grows, and we consider this probability during a regeneration cycle. Regenerations of the system occur when an arrival meets an empty server and empty orbits. So we apply the idea that the idle time of the server in the retrial rate that can be between the customers that got service, that gets a service, can be interpreted as a service time, as a part of some extra service time. So if we include this idle time of the server as a service time of the customer, we can consider the retrial queue as a buffered system, where the customers goes to the service directly. So in this interpretation, if an arrival meets a busy server, it behaves as in the original retrial queue. It goes to the orbit or the buffer. And if the servers at the arrival instant was empty, then the oldest orbital customer of the corresponding class jumps to the server and instead of the new arrival, and this idle time can we interpret the idle time before this service of the customer as a service time of its customer. This replacement of customers doesn't change the distributional properties of the number of customers in the system, and this possibility to interpret the idle time before the service as a part of service time of the next customer allows us to construct the lower and upper bound for the service times. So we assume that there are some stochastical relation between the service times and the retrial times. Then the service times that we considered in the interpretation of the original retrial queue can be written as follows. This service times is the sum of the original service time S1 or S2 depending on the class, and plus the idle time zeta before the moment when the customer gets service. So the possible idle time zeta can be, it's a dependent sequence of random variables. So the service times in this interpretation is also dependent, and it gives us some problems because to construct the upper and lower bound, we need independence. But since the zeta n, the idle time that becomes a part of a service time, can be also bounded, as you can see here. So it can be 0 if the customer gets the service immediately upon an arrival, and at the same time the greatest value is the biggest retrial time, and in our notation it's the retrial time of the second class customers. So this bounds for the zeta allows us to construct the lower and upper bound for the service time in the interpretation of the retrial system. So the lower bound would be the service time of the first class customers, since it's not greater stochastically than the service time for the second one. second-class customers, and the upper bound would be the sum of the so-called greatest value of service time and greatest possible value of the idle time. We remind some notation for the logarithmic moment generating function lambda, and assume some condition for the existence of the moment generating function for the service times. And here we formulate the main result in the described retrial queue with the extra assumption on the parameters mu2 and gamma2 and lambda. It's actually the positive recurrence condition that I will discuss a little bit later. In these assumptions, the overflow probability satisfies these boundaries, the asymptotic of this probability, where parameters theta asterisk, sub asterisk, and theta asterisk are defined as follows, based on the lower and upper bound for the service times. Some ideas on the proof of this result. As I said, the basic process that describes the dynamic of the original system need to be stationary, since we use some well-known classic results, and we consider stationary probability, overflow probability during a regeneration cycle. We can define the basic process Q that describes the number of customers in the system right before the arrival, and then regeneration of the system, and so the regeneration of this process Q occur when an arrival finds a completely empty system. We call a regenerative process a positive recurrent if the length of regeneration cycle has finite mean. And finiteness of the length of regeneration cycle in the dominating system that we constructed for the upper bound, here, yes. So we can consider the buffered system with such service times and the same input as our retrial queue. So if this system with the dominating service times is positive recurrent, then the original system and the minor system is also stationary and positive recurrent. So this condition for the classic the stationary condition, or the condition of positive recurrence for the classic Q is written here, and that's why this condition occur in the main result as an assumption. We need this for the further analysis. Then under this stability or positive recurrence condition, we can apply the well-known result for classical Qs and construct the logarithmic asymptotics for the dominating buffered system and minor buffered systems. And the corresponding probabilities in stationary regime during the regeneration cycles here is PLN and PUN. So we construct, according to this classical result, the rate for them, yes, rate of the logarithmic asymptotics. And of course, we derive the parameters. So they consist of, they include lambda functions of the service times of minor and majorating systems dominating. And since our probability is between these two, lower and upper bound, so we got the result that presented in the theorem 1. Let me demonstrate some example. So we consider the MGI1 type of retrial system with input rate lambda that equals 1 and some and exponentially distributed service times for both of the classes of customers. The exponentially distributed retrial times with the parameters gamma 1, gamma 2, and some probability p. So the idea is to estimate the asymptotic probability that to construct the estimation of the overflow probability during the regeneration cycle first, so to simulate this model and calculate this estimation, and then we calculate the theoretical upper and lower bounds and compare them to the estimated probability. So for the theoretical results, we need to apply it. We need to calculate log moment generating functions for the input interarrival time tau and for the service times for each class. And so applying some not difficult calculations here, we can get the parameters that we need to get the values of the bounds. Here they presented on the slide. We choose the exponential service times and exponential interarrivals, exponential input, because it's possible to get the analytical results for the lambda functions in this case. So this picture demonstrates the lower and upper bounds for the logarithmic asymptotic. Here they are got from the theoretical result, and the black line is the estimation of the overflow probability in the described retrial model. So as we can see, the bounds are become quite rough when n increases, and the reason is that the dependent service times that we constructed and interpret the retrial system as a buffered system were dependent, and we tried to construct the bounds for these service times that would be independent, so we can properly prove the theoretical result, and this leads to the fact that we constructed quite rough bounds, but still we suppose that there are some opportunities to improve these bounds. First of all, with the help of empirical approach, where we can use more simulation results and maybe choose some kind of distributions that would give a good results. And at least this result presented in theorem 1 can be generalized to the case of n orbits with the similar conditions and assumptions on the stochastical order between the orbits and service time classes. But still there are some possibilities to improve the bounds that we have already got. There are some references we used, and that's all. Thank you for attention.
Sir, your microphone doesn't work.
Thank you for the nice presentation. It's a really good work. I have some questions. So go to slide.
Okay, thanks.
Slide number 4.
Okay.
Please go to that slide.
Just
there
a
you
minute.
mentioned about IID random variables. The two types of services.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a n is S1 with the probability P and S2 with probability 1 minus P. These are IID random variables, right? Somewhere you have mentioned. Did you?
You mean the probability P?
No. I didn't mean that. say for example, S1, S2, where did you mention about the IID random variables? That means
Okay. They are IID, so I mean that the
two type of IID service times.
yes.
So that is, in fact, S1 and S2 are independent but not identically distributed. Within
No. I mean that S1 is IID sequence for of the service times for the first class. And so the second, yes, maybe it's not the proper formulation of the.
That statement was a bit confusing one.
Sorry, yeah, okay.
Reserving S1 for the service time of type 1 customers, that is customers from orbit 1, right?
Yes.
And this stochastic monotonicity that there are two types. What is that? That retrial, right?
Yes.
They are constant retrial rates. From the first one, it is exponentially distributed, but constant retrial time. Therefore, that means independent of the number of customers in the system.
Yes.
So this means that with the number of customers in the orbits increasing, but the retrial rate is not going to change, and therefore the stability requirement is much higher, much stronger. Or yeah. Yeah, right. Otherwise, if it is a level dependent, what happens is that you don't have to worry about it, because with the n goes to infinity, number in the system going to orbit going to infinity, it is almost behave like a class in the classical queue.
Yes, but I guess that we can extend this result for the classical retrial policy also, because we just construct the upper limit bound, and actually maybe in the case of classical retrial policy, the result will be more tight, the bounds.
Yeah. So what happens is here the idle time is actually unnecessarily increasing compared to the linear retrial policy. That is a classical retrial.
Yes, classical retrial, and the question is?
In what type of context this constant retrial policy is really applied?
Okay. You mean the application of the constant retrial rate?
Of course, I can just say that there is a first in, first out rule like that in the orbit. You are imposing that. Then it is going to be a constant retrial. Only head of the queue will be retrying. Yeah. That's you can interpret it. Otherwise,
yeah, we just tried to prove the theoretical result, and the like we are, the next step is to try to apply this result for the different type of distributions, and maybe then we can give some recommendations for the practical application. And of course, I guess that more practical application is for the classical retrial rate, since when the number of orbit size grows, and then it looks like a more applicable case, I guess. So then we maybe will be possible to give some recommendations. For example, when these bounds will be could be used successfully.
No, usually, when you have the exponential distribution for the retrial,
yes,
you need not have to worry about no. You can go for easily the class linear retrial. However, if it is arbitrarily distributed, that means without the lack of memory property, which would mean that you have to have some supplementary information. You cannot go for the linear retrial policy. Generally distributed, or even say Erlang of order 2 or Caucasian, then you have to increase the dimension.
Yeah,
depending on
yeah, of course, maybe we consider
so
just an exponent.
this is essentially therefore applicable for retrial systems when the retrial is not exponentially distributed.
Okay, but yeah, I guess that it will be in our analysis. It will be difficult maybe to apply our analysis in case of non-exponential retrials, but maybe as a next step,
Okay, all right.
we can yes, with the help of some other methods, maybe we will manage to give some results.
Okay. So please pass on our regards to Alexander, remain safe, and see FC Moise.
Yes, you see, and Alexander. Yeah, maybe they can give some ideas also.
Oh, Moroso. Sorry.
Yeah,
It is
Morozov.
Moroso, not
Morozov.
There is a professor at the Tomsky University by name Moiseev. Alexander Moiseev. So I confuse sometimes.
Yeah,
okay, thank you. It was really good. So thank you all the speakers for in this session.
Thank you.
Though it got a bit delayed, maybe around it is 20 minutes almost behind schedule. Anyway, it was a really good session. Thank you very much. And now the organizers can take care of this thing. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, next part of the session starts at 1:30.
It got prolonged for, it exceeded almost 20 minutes. It is behind the schedule by 20 minutes. The last two presentations, it took a longer time, maybe 3 presentations. Anyway, thank you very much for asking us to chair the session. Dr. Joshua and myself pass on our best wishes to you, and thanks also for giving us chance to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Alexander. I am young.
Hello, is everybody here? When we will start? Hello.
Hello, I think everywhere is here and we can start.
Hopefully.
Hello, hello.
Иван Иванович?
Александр, привет. Евсей.
Евсей, привет.
Слышим. Все, пока.
А кто там у нас нами руководит? Что-то нет. Кто начинает?
Ты руководишь, Саш.
Не, ну там Оля Семенова, наверное, должна быть.
Ну, давай, руководи.
Это мы как раз на секции B, да?
Да, exactly.
Так, точно, можно начинать, да?
Ну, наверное, да. У нас, по-моему, все... Янош еще подключен. Все по-русски нет. Все по-русски говорят.
А вот есть Алка Чоудхари. Ну, думаю, что она... Это, наверное, сотрудница Чакраварти, вряд ли она... Окей, can I speak Russian? No, nobody has any objections? Or somebody prefers to hear English? Please give your reaction.
Хотелось бы поддержать Евсея Морозова с его мудрым предложением.
Да, Андрей Андреевич.
Стоп, Анатолий, привет. Слушай, Иоаннис Димитрову из Греции нас может слушать. Вон.
Замечательно.
Если он реально слушает.
Ну, я думаю, кто-нибудь рядом с ним будет сидеть и с русского ему
переводить. В Греции будет сидеть рядом с ним и с русского ему переводить. Ты уж, Антон Андреевич, скажешь?
Я замолк, все.
В Греции все есть, найдет себе переводчика. Я выключаю свой микрофон, чтобы не мешать.
Окей, кто-нибудь подскажет, как можно шерить экран? Ага. Скриншер, окей. Поскольку я как бы председательствую. Окей. Виден мой этот самый, мой доклад или нет? Ответьте, пожалуйста, кто-нибудь.
Видим только АД вижу, АД.
Только АД, а текст...
Наверное, будет, он как-то не сразу улыбается.
Да, может, я не сильно experienced user, но вроде как...
Вы не пошарили еще, то есть вам надо попробовать.
Так, откройте... Так, а что я не сделал? И у меня написано: откройте доступ к экрану. Выберите на весь экран. Поделиться.
И поделиться, да.
Так, не хочет. Так.
Не видно, только человечка видно какого-то.
Так. Так, откройте доступ к экрану. Выберите окно, которое надо показать. Поделиться. Так.
Теперь видим, Александр Николаевич.
Видите, да? Хорошо. Так, на каком языке говорить? На русском или на английском?
Ну, здесь, по-моему, есть пару человек, кто говорит на английском, так что я думаю, наверное, приоритетнее будет английский, если это удобно.
Okay, okay. We have a section. We have, I guess, 6 or 8 presentations, 15 minutes each. First 3 presentations on behalf of my team will be given by me, Alexander Dudin, from Minsk. The title of the first presentation is Optimization of Signals Processing in Nodes of Sensor Network with Energy Harvesting and Expenditure for Admission and Retransmission. Значит, мои соавторы Сергей и Ольга Дудины из Белгосуниверситета. Я представляю в данный момент Белгосуниверситет и Российский университет Дружбы народов. И четвертый соавтор профессор Че Сон Ким из Санджи университета из Кореи. Значит, что такое Energy Harvesting? Значит, вы знаете, что достаточно распространенными вещами являются сенсорные сети, беспроводные сенсорные сети. Они предназначены для того, чтобы осуществлять охранные функции, мониторить пожары, радиоактивную обстановку, боевую обстановку и так далее, и так далее. Они представляют собой, так сказать, развешенные где-то или размещенные где-то сенсорные узлы, которые беспроводным образом коммуницируют друг с другом и с gateway нодом, с узлом, через который передают информацию тому, кто эту сеть организовал. Для того, чтобы узлы этой сенсорной... I forgot that I promised to speak English. Okay. In wireless sensor networks, some sensors monitor the state of some objects, and to guarantee operation of these sensors, it is necessary to provide them by energy, by electricity. In many situations, it is not possible to organize centralized providing of energy. For example, if the sensor is located in some hardly reachable place or in dangerous place, and so in many wireless sensor networks, the nodes harvest energy themselves from environment. For example, they harvest solar energy, energy of wind, radio frequency energies, etc., etc., etc. So, if the node succeeded to harvest energy, it is able to operate. It is able to collect signals and send it to gateway. But if there is no energy, the sensor cannot operate. So for transmission of information from the sensor to gateway node, it is necessary to have energy. This energy, as I already told, is harvested and is stored in some finite buffer. I will show the picture of corresponding QN model. So we have server, maybe information transmission channel, and we have input flow of customers of signals which are generated by sensor and should be transmitted. We assume that there is an infinite buffer for these signals, and also there is a finite buffer battery for accumulation of energy. We assume that service time of customers has phase time distribution. Arrival flow of customers is defined by map. Yes, yesterday we had 2 presentations by Professor Krishnamurti and Chakravarti. They spoke a lot about MAP arrival process, and there is also a MAP for arrival process of energy. if we assume that energy is slotted into some units, energy is measured in units, and the buffer from energy is natural assumption. Any battery has a finite capacity, so capacity of this buffer is R. The topic of analysis of operation of nodes of sensor networks by means of queuing theory is relatively new, and as pioneers in this direction, I can mention, for example, Errol Gelenve and other people, and my team in Minsk and RDN also implements active analysis in this field. Some list of the related literature will be given at the end of presentation. If somebody wish to get this presentation, I can send it by email. Okay, so we have such a queuing model. Here, alpha means that the customers which are staying in the buffer are impatient, and they leave the buffer after exponential amount of time with parameter alpha. This reflects a real life, because if the signal is not transmitted to the gateway node, it is out of it is already old. It doesn't make sense to send this signal to the center. Okay, so we assume that I started to say that energy is slotted into the units. It is natural assumption. Maybe, for example, Gelenbe made this assumption, and it is assumed that usually it is assumed that service of one customer requires to use 1 unit of energy. The novelty of our today's presentation is that we assume that energy is spent not only for service of customer, but 1 unit of energy is used to admit the customer to the buffer. And it is natural assumption, because to get the signal for transmission, sensor should generate this signal, and the operation of sensor itself also required energy. So if at the customer arrival moment there is no energy in the buffer, service is postponed until unit of energy arrives. Okay, we have, because the customers are impatient, after some amount of waiting, they can leave the system if they will not start service, and they will not start service if there is not enough energy. We have to elaborate the strategy of admission of customers, and we assume the following strategy. We fix the parameter R sub 1. It may be called as admissible virtual deficit of energy. This means that when new customer arrives, we admit this customer if the queue length is less or equal to this value. This when R sub 1 is equal to 1 to 0, then we do not admit the customer if the energy is enough only for all customers already present in the system. When R sub 1 is larger than 0, we allow admission of customer, even potentially she will not get energy, but we hope that during the service of customers in the queue before this customer, some amount of energy will be generated. And R sub 1 is the important parameter which allows to control the quality of service in this system. Okay, my time flies very quickly, so I explained the model. I will not speak about MAP RAO process, about phase time distribution. I hope everybody knows already, and I described the admission strategy. Under the fixed control parameter R sub 1, the operation of this system can be described by 6-dimensional Markov chain. I sub t is the number of customers in the queue. N sub t defines the state of the server. Is server working or it is idle? For example, due to absence of energy. R sub t is the number of energy units at moment t. These are underlying processes of array of customers and of energy. And this is underlying process of phase time distribution of service time. Okay, if we introduce the corresponding denotations, including Kronecker product, Kronecker sum of matrices, we can write down the generator of this 6-dimensional Markov chain, components of which are enumerated in the direct lexicographic order. This generator has 3 block diagonal structure, and each block in turn has such structure. The upper index shows transmission of the status of the server, it is idle or it is working, and other blocks are defined by this formula. I will not spend time to prove that the blocks of generator are of this form. It is more or less trivial if you have some experience, but it is necessary to be very careful in derivations of expressions for these blocks. By the way, usually at the moment of starting the service, 1 unit of energy is expired, and situation when the customer arrives into the system, if the customer system is empty, this is at the moment of starting the service, it is necessary to have 2 units of energy. 1 unit to admit this customer into the buffer, and second unit is to start the service. Usually one unit of energy is spent at service beginning moment. Here in this situation, 2 units. Okay, after we have written the generator, we have a finite state Markov chain. Maybe state space is not very small, but potentially we can solve equilibrium equations. For solving this system, we recommend algorithms in our paper, not our paper of my courses in this presentation, and paper by Baumann and Selman from Germany. Having computed the vectors of stationary probabilities, we can compute a lot of various performance measures, and after that we can compute values of these performance measures, and and analyze the effect of the parameter R sub 1 on some performance measures. So we plan to show the shape of dependencies of these performance measures on R sub 1, and also we intend to illustrate the effect of correlation. Yesterday, Professor Chakravarti spoke quite a lot that it is necessary to take into account correlation in arrival process, otherwise performance measures of the system can be predicted with huge error. So we consider 4 combinations where for the same mean arrival rate of customers and mean arrival rate of energy, in phase combination, we assume that arrival flows, both arrival flows are stationary person arrival process. Second combination assumes that energy, the flow of energy is MAP arrival process. Third combination assumes that flow of customers is MAP. And fourth combination is when both processes are defined by Markov arrival process. Here, example, we consider these 4 situations. We have phase type distribution, which defined by this vector beta and subgenerator S. And there is a lot of figures. I show the extended version of our presentation submitted to this conference. I hope this extended version will be published in lecture notes, and you can see all these figures. But here we can see that correlation has a very essential effect. So you can see that performance, for example, this is probability that the server is busy in case when both arrival processes are mapped is quite low because due to this correlation, probability of loss of customers and of energy is high, and so a lot of times the server is idle, it is not busy. Okay, and also we can consider the problem of choosing the optimal value of R sub 1 to optimize the fixed criterion of the system operation. Okay, first presentation is done. Any questions? Any questions, comments? Professor Nazarov, do you have any questions? Is somebody hearing me?
Спасибо, Александр Николаевич. Нет у меня вопросов.
Okay. So I move to the second presentation. I'm sorry that I delayed a little bit, but we delayed the start of our presentation, and I will be a little bit more short in the next 2 presentations. So I will again share the screen. Do you see my screen?
Да, мы видим ваш экран.
Okay, so this is a presentation co-authored with Valentina Klemenok and Vladimir Vishnevsky, and extended version of paper which is submitted to this conference was submitted and quickly accepted in Mathematics Journal. And this paper is about priority multi-server queuing system with heterogeneous customers. Okay, so you know that customers in many real-life systems are not heterogeneous in many respects, in respect of required resources of the system, in respect of the requirement to the quality of service. For example, some customers are tolerant to partial loss, but very sensitive to delay. Some customers are oppositely not sensitive to delay, but would like to have no losses. And also, customers may have different importance for the system. Maybe some flows of customers pay more money to get better quality of service. Anyway, customers are heterogeneous, and to provide some preference to more important customers, it is usually to assume that some system of priority is managed. Theory of priority queues is quite well developed in single server case. For example, brilliant book published in MGO by Lidenko, Dimitrov, Dimov, Matveev, Ushakov, I don't remember exactly authors. But the theory of multi-server queue systems is less developed, and if some system is investigated, with probability 1, it is investigated not 1, maybe 0.99999. It is investigated under assumption that there are flows of customers of various types are defined by stationary post-on-rail process, and likely distribution of service time is exponential. We were quite surprised that there is not a lot of works about priority multi-server queues with non-stationary post-on-rail process and non-exponential service time distribution. We even assume that we cannot find the relevant literature in Scopus or in Google Scholar, but we found the book, the paper 3 by Frank and Bacon in Performance and Evaluation in 2017, 3 years ago. They state that the theory of multi-server queues with non-exponential assumptions is very weakly developed, and they listed only a few papers where such systems were analyzed. And this our paper is already published, and this is open access journal. You can download this paper for free and see some survey of state-of-art investigation of multi-server priority queues. There is some list of literature. And what is the model? Model is very simple. We have here we consider the case of two customers of two types. After we got the results for this case, for example, I see how the results can be easily generalized to the case of 3 or 4, maybe 4 types of customers, but this work would be quite not easy, and maybe it doesn't make sense if you do not make concrete applied work, because the reviewer will say that there is no novelty for him. Before we analyze the case of two priority classes, I did not see how to get the result for n priority classes. Now I see, but I only see, but I'm not sure that I can write this expressions in a reasonable time. So in principle, it is maybe more or less easy, but to do this, it is required definite amount of time and efforts. So, as in the case of previous presentation, the analysis of the queue. I did not explain the model in detail. So we have two priority classes, and we have n large servers, two types of customers, and first type has preemptive priority. So if at the moment of type 1 customer arrival, all servers are busy, but some of them are busy by non-priority type 2 customers. Type 1 of type 2 customers is pushed out of service and is lost. So this is the system, and we would like to analyze performance measures of the system and to investigate influence of some parameters of the system on these performance measures. So here we also consider multi-dimensional Markov chain. I cannot quickly count the number of components. At least the first component is the number of busy servers. This is the number of servers which provide service to priority customer. This is the underlying process of MMAP, marked Professor Krishnamurti yesterday told more than Chakravarti about marked Markovan array process. This is Markovan array process with heterogeneous customers. So new sub-T is the state of the underlying process of MMAP, and these components define. We assume that service times of customers have phase type distribution, and this distribution depends on the type of the customer. If service time doesn't depend on the type, the problem is greatly simplified. But if such dependence exists, we are compelled to consider such many dimensional Markov chain, and here such component defines the state of the underlying process of service in JS server, which serves customer of case type. It is possible to count the states of underlying processes for service in some more wise way, but in that case, expressions for blocks of generator become smaller, but more transparent, less transparent, and more difficult for understanding. So we consider such Markov chain with such state space. Cardinality of this set is such one. If we denote similar denotations as in the previous presentation, we can show that generator again has 3-block diagonal from where the blocks are defined by this formula. To prove, we can rewrite these blocks in less concise, in less brief, but more easily understandable and explainable form. And here there is an explanation why the blocks have such a form. Okay, when we derive the generator, we can compute the stationary probability vector of Markov chain, and again we can compute various performance measures. Sometimes performance measures are computed easily, but sometimes for multidimensional Markov chain, this can be done not very easily. But here we present expressions how to compute various performance measures, given that we know stationary distribution of the Markov chain. And again, numerical experiments. So in these experiments we illustrate the effect of the input arrival rate and the effect of correlation in MMAP. We consider three different maps with the same arrival rates of customers of both types, but different coefficient of correlation. So these three maps are defined in such a way. The number of servers is 8. for larger n computation time is longer, and maybe another, we called it Lukantoni-Ramaswamy way for description of joint state of service processes in several parallel space-type distributed service processes. So we have n servers, Erlangen distribution of service time for non-priority customers and for priority customers. Priority customers are served more quickly. And in these figures, we show dependence of different performance measures of the system when arrival rate varies. You can see that this blue curve corresponds to the case when coefficient of correlation of type 1 and type 2 customers are coefficient of correlation between customers of type 1 and type 2. There is no correlation. Flows are described by stationary post-rail process, and this orange and green curves correspond to the case of relatively small and relatively large correlation. And you can see that correlation has huge effect. For example, for stationary post-rail processes, probability of loss of priority customer is hardly larger than 0.1. Only it will becomes larger than 0.1 when arrival rate about 160. While this probability in the case of correlated process is huge. About here we have about 0.1. Here we have about 0.55. So there is a lot of different pictures. They show that it doesn't make sense to make research of the corresponding systems in assumption that the rail flow is stationary defined by superposition of stationary person rail flows, while it is still popular among practical engineers. When you make exponential assumptions, you have much more simple model, but the cost, the value of the results which you got with this assumption is about zero, because performance measures may be extremely different from real values of these performance measures if we take into account the correlation in rail process. Okay, so second presentation is finished. Does somebody have questions? You see, are you still here or you over there left?
We're still here.
Okay, so and now very briefly, because my official time is only 5 minutes, but we started with essential delay. But I will not speak a lot. I will be very brief. Third presentation is again co-authored by Valentina Klinok, myself, and Professor Vladimir Vishnevsky. And the topic of presentation is different. This topic was offered for analysis by us during our joint Russian-Belarusian project of Foundations of Fundamental Research. Now the projects are finished, but we still continue this work. And the topic relates information transmission systems with hybrid communication. These systems assume that there are several threads for information transmission. in particular, there is possibility to use free FSO, free space optics, to transmit information very quickly using optical signal. And also assume that it is possible. There are descriptions of advantages of frequency space optics. The main advantages is that information is transmitted very quickly, and second is that it is very difficult to steal this information. Obviously, to the information which is transmitted using the radio channels, and but this channel, FSO channel, has shortcomings that if weather condition becomes bad, for example, we have rain or fog, the quality of information transmission essentially becomes quite bad, and maybe it will be not possible to transmit information at all. So usually in real networks, Professor Vishnevsky deals with real networks. In parallel with this optical channel, people use also a radio channel, which is used in parallel with optical channel, and is important from the point of view of reliability of information transmission. When weather conditions are bad, only this second radio channel is used for information transmission. But we assume that this radio channel is again unreliable. It also can be broken, and there is a low speed. There is low speed, but reliable backup channel with protocol IEEE 802.11n. This using this protocol information is transmitted relatively slowly but reliably. So we consider here the model. We consider here the queuing model, where customers arrive according to batch Markov error process. There is a service device, and this device has 3 servers. Servers 1 and 2, it is FSO and the first radio channel. They work very quickly but are not reliable. And server 3 is slow but is absolutely reliable. We assume that service times of customers by these 3 servers have phase time distribution, and type J's server has parameters of phase time distribution, these ones. And we assume that breakdowns to servers 1 and 2 arrive according to MMIP. So flows of breakdowns of unreliable servers are correlated because as I told you already, FSO channel is tolerant to fog, but less tolerant to rain. But another channel is more or less insensitive with respect to fog, but is not tolerant with respect to rain. So breakdowns of these 2 channels depend on each other. So flow of breakdowns is not a superposition of two independent flows, but it is marked Markovian real process. Okay, and we assume that if both type 1 and type 2 customers are not broken, they serve customers in parallel. When one of these customers is broken, it starts repairment, which lasts during time having phase time distribution, and only if both type 1 and type 2 servers are broken and they are under repair, the server number 3 starts the service. And we assume that if type 3 customer server provides the service, but one or two finish repairment, they immediately start service of this customer. So server 3 is a backup reserve server when one or both type 1 and type 2 customers servers are not broken, they provide the service. Okay, again, we consider multi-dimensional Markov chain. This component is the number of customers in the system. This component defines states of the main servers, which may be idle, busy, and broken. And these are the states of the underlying process of service in busy servers. And these are underlying processes of repair time of two unreliable servers. And these are underlying processes of BMAP arrival process of customers and MMAP process of breakdowns of two types. And we have to analyze multidimensional Markov chain with such state space. And here in infinitesimal generator of Markov chain is not finite matrix. It is not matrix of finite size. It is infinite size matrix, and it doesn't have three block diagonal structure as quasi-Bayesian death process. It is the process which is the MG1 type Markov chain, or skip free to the right Markov chain, or many names of this Markov chain with such a generator. The blocks are given by these long formulas. Okay, and we prove ergodistic condition in because state space of the considered Markov chain is infinite. We need stability condition. It is given by this formula. When everything is exponential, this formula essentially simplifies. And we compute stationary probabilities. We compute generated function of probabilities. We compute factorial moments of distribution and performance measures. And also we provide numerical experiments aiming to study behavior of the main performance measures as functions of its parameters, and again illustrate influence of correlation in real process. Again, you can see this is influence of breakdown rate, etc. Okay, my time is finished. Any questions, please? Is everybody still here? Nobody fall to sleep? Anton Andreevich, are you here? Is everybody here, or my computer is disconnected? And
Yes.
Никита, вас слышно, Александр?
Что, Ростислав?
Слышно вас, слышно.
Слышно, да? Okay, Значит, так, есть ли вопросы, еще раз спрашиваю? Если вопросов нет, если кто-то хочет познакомиться подробнее, напишите. Батька вышлет. То есть, нет, сейчас анекдот такой же сейчас анекдот уже плохо звучит. Анекдот про хохлов, но про батьку говорили про нашего, так сказать, лидера. Сейчас мы этого лидера, мягко говоря, не сильно любим, так что анекдоты словом батька не будем говорить. Значит, мой адрес простой, Дудин, собака, БС-убивай. Есть вопросы, присылайте. Наше время, значит, короткое, поэтому переходим к следующему докладу. Так, кто следующий докладчик у нас?
Следующие докладчики должны быть Георгий Мешкой и Лилия Митев, если я правильно прочитала.
А кто, кстати, говорит?
Говорит Анна-Мария, я техническая поддержка.
Понятно, хорошо. Анна-Мария?
Да.
Хорошо. Так, значит, Мешкой есть он или нет?
Но, к сожалению, я не вижу никого из них в нашем чате.
Георгий Константинович, вы вместе? Возможно, нет. Ну, не так просто к вам подсоединиться. Слава богу, я читал лекции в РУДН в этом семестре с помощью вот этого Microsoft Teams. И то не сильно сейчас смог подсоединиться. А человека, который не имеет опыта, конечно, сложно. Хорошо, значит, точнее плохо, но, значит, Георгий Константинович свой доклад не делает, да? Следующий доклад, кто у нас делает?
Следующий Иван Цитович.
Иван Иванович, вы на месте?
Okay, I am here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good day, I am from Institute for Information Transmission Problems, Kharkiv Institute, Russian Academy of Science, and I present paper group polling method for sensor detecting in unsynchronized structured wireless monitoring networks. It is investigated the problem of detecting alarming sensors in large monitoring networks when there are objects where sensors as the objects can activate simultaneously. We proposed a generalization of the method of sensor signal coding for an alarm signalization when a sensor signal cannot be synchronized in time. This method bases on the method of group polling for alarming sensor identification for synchronized networks and has similar characteristic of complexity but applying mainly for detecting objects with active sensors. Our method has more complicated structure than previous one. For networks with very large objects, we propose to use the subnetworks of sensors as the objects based on Wi-Fi Hello technology. For networks with middle size of objects, it is proposed the method with partly synchronized in time sensors at every sensor. Suppose that wireless sensor networks consist with T monitoring sensors, where T is very large. If a sensor detects an emergency, it sends the alarm signal. We call such sensors as active one. It is evident that networks has a few such sensors, such as probability of emergency is a few. Remaining sensors are non-active and so do not send a signal. Let us see be a number of active sensors. It is it is natural to assume that T is small compared to T, because we suppose that the number of disasters is small, yet the number of active sensors is no more than 4. We examine the interaction of sensors to the situation center when all sensors use a common channel. There are 3 sensor stages are possible. The first, the sensor transmits information about its current state according to a given schedule, sharing information with the center. The second state, the sensor reports the occurrence of an emergency to a communication channel which is common to all sensors. And the sensor transmits information about the emergency at the request of the situation center through the dedicated communication channel. The first and the third states of sensor have a predictable traffic and are not under investigation by this reason. Therefore, only in the second stage, sensor is named as active. For minimizing the network traffic, only narrowband channel is reserved for reports of an emergency. If a sensor is detected by the center, then the sensor switches to the third stage and becomes inactive. This property guaranteeing that number of active sensors will be small in any case. The mathematical basis of this task is the planning of screening experiments. In this case, a number of necessary experiments for detecting active elements between T elements is so. It is in contrast with traditional method of polling when a type of active element is so. In paper 4, it is proposed the method of group polling for detecting of active sensors in monitoring networks, where properties of this method are investigated under assumption of independent activity of alarming sensors. It is supposed that the monitoring networks is very large and contains thousands of sensors, but all sensors synchronize in time their alarm signals. The last demand is difficult for its practical realization, but proposed in this paper method ensures the fulfillment a short time of alarming detection. Here the detection time is so. In the papers 5-7, it is proposed a generalization of this method unto the case of unsynchronized in time alarming signal sending. It is shown that the group polling method for alarming sensor identification is applicable in this case. In previous cases, it was supposed that network consists with homogeneous sensors and only one of them is active in case of emergency on objects. Really, we have networks with have many objects with sensors for emergency detection. If there are emergency on the object, then several sensors of these objects begin to send the alarm signal for real networks. Such as a number of simultaneously sending sensors is critical parameter for the stable detecting of active sensors. It is necessary to investigate wireless sensor networks with heterogeneous sensors. Sense of sensor heterogeneity consists in their dependent activity for the sensors as the same object when the object has an emergency. This problem is investigated in 8, where it is supposed that all sensors at the objects are active in the case of an emergency at this object. This assumption is valid only in the case when number of sensors at the object is small. We propose more real situation when a number of sensors at the object can be large, a few tens of even thousands. We propose two ways for communication organization. The first when an object is medium size, and the second when it is large. For sensors at medium-sized objects, we suppose that all sensors at the object are synchronized in time. This means that sensor is able to start to send signal in fixed times, and the sequence of possible start times is common for all sensors at the object. All sensors have the same part of the code that correspond to the object and have different orthogonal codes for the part that correspond to the sensor. It means that every active sensor send to security sensor special its code. And in previous papers, every sensor has his own code, but now we constructed that code with two parts. One corresponds to the object, and the second one corresponds to the sensor on the object. By this coding, we have the following result of effectiveness. Such method. It is follows from this data that if a number of sensors of the object is less than 100, then the additional signal length and therefore the time of active sensor identification grows less than 10% for very large network. We propose the quality characteristic of active sensors and object detection. P2 is a probability to lose an active sensor, and P1 is a probability to lose an active object. Using this formula, we can estimate P2 if P1 is known. Therefore, for this case, the problem of estimating the quality properties of active sensor detection can be reduced to the problem of active object detection, and therefore may be solved as it is proposed in paper 7. The second way of communication concerns large objects. One of possible way of the problem solving consists in using the Wi-Fi hello technology based on IEEE standard. This way gives a possibility to organize communication between sensors and the center when the object has hundreds or even some thousands of sensors. Therefore, we have one object, and this object have Wi-Fi access point. The AP is used for sending the alarm signal of any sensors at the object to the situation center. If the sensor detects a danger, then it sends to the AP a signal that it is ready for sending an information to the center. The IP sent its profile signal in the common wireless radio channel. If the situation center detects the AP, then AP sent an information from the active center as the object to the center as the center becomes inactive. This is a picture how organize the signalization in this case. Sensor sent signal to AP, AP sent to the center, center gives AP special channel for communication with center, and by this channel the sensor sent information about disaster that it found. For energy loss minimization, a sensor set up a link to the IP access to the IP point at the moment when a disaster detection only. In contrast with previous cases, the number of such sensors can be relatively large, such as all the sensors may be active if in this part of objects appear a disaster. If all sensors send signals to the IP, then a collision appears, such as the IP will be unable to identify them correctly. By this reason, may be used one of the most important mechanisms as a restricted access windows, which allow to access point to divide the sensor into groups, and each group can set aside a separate channel time interval during which only a sensors of a given group can transmit data. To minimize the number of active sensors when a hazard occurs on the object, you need to partition the sensors into groups so that close sensors are in two different groups. In first group, second group, third group, etc. On this picture, AP sent in time interval signal free, that means that the only sensors with numbers, with such numbers can send signal to AP. If the IP identify a sensor, then the IP sends its code to the to the situation center and will be sent information about the disasters, as I was saying before. Therefore, the connection between active sensor and situation center has two stages: from sensor to AP and from AP to center, where T1 is the mean time of the connection between an active sensor and the IP, and was instigated in the another papers. And T2 is L delta, where L is the length of sensor code, and delta is the time interval on one symbol sending. The complexity of identification active sensors is the same as in 7, and P2 equals to P1 in this case. Therefore, we have the following conclusion that from they follow that method of paper 7 may be applied to the situation when we have structured networks. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions from Professor?
I do not see questions.
Okay, Ivan Ivанович, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, Анна-Мария, you chair.
Следующий выступающий Степан Рогозин. Прошу прощения, что без отчества читаю с сайта.
Okay, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, okay. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Stepan Rogozin. I'm the second course postgraduate student, and I'm giving a talk on simulation and modified Erlang system with priority customers. In this work, we consider modified Erlang class system with two priority classes of customers, where first priority customers are lost if find all servers busy, but may terminate second priority customers, while the second priority customers join an infinite capacity queue if find all servers busy. Such a system can be used in cognitive wireless networks, where secondary users or unlicensed users are allowed to cognitively use their bandwidths that are originally allocated to primary users or licensed users. Secondary users should use their bandwidth in such a way that does not interfere primary users, or in particular if primary users are not present. In this work, we show the stability condition of this system and present simulation that confirmed this condition for an example of this system. Now we present more detailed description of the system. We consider a modified Erlang system with two classes of customers. Following points on inputs: general class-dependent server times and C identical servers. The server's discipline is priority. Class 1 customers are lost if meet all servers busy, but may terminate class 2 customers. And class 2 customers stay in infinite capacity queue and follow first come first served service discipline. We denote by lambda I the input rate of class I customers and introduce these service rates, whereas I is the service time of class I customers. We denote Tn for arrival instance of the superposed Poisson input of two classes and introduce the regeneration instance of continuous time process Q of T, that is Q size, and W of T, that is the workload process, that are defined as follows. With generic regeneration period length T. The positive recurrence means that T1 is less than infinity with probability 1 and expected regeneration period is less than infinity. We denote rho I as lambda I over mu I, and this is the traffic intensity of class I customers. The following theorem is holds. The positive recurrence free this holds if and only if the following condition holds. This is the stability condition of this system, and we note that the stationary probabilities Pi can be found by the Erlang formula. As a byproduct of our analysis, we obtain well-known stability condition of a buffered multi-class system with no losses, where n is the number of customer classes. To check our theoretical results, we conduct a discrete event simulation to illustrate the behavior of the sample mean Q size when stability condition 4 is violated or when it is satisfied. We denote Q I of T, the number of class I customers in the system, and note that expectation of Q1 is equal to this sum, that it is here, and in this sum, Pi can be defined by the rank formula for a fixed row 1. We will use this formula below to find expectation of Q1 for fixed row 1. Then the stability condition 4 can be represented as this. And now we assume that we have service rates mu1 is equal to mu2 is equal to 10. And we conduct simulations for number of servers C is equal to 10. And for different values of row 1, that is presented here. First, we construct some paths based on 300 sample paths of Q2 of T. It is the Q size of class 2 customers. And first, for exponential service times. In this figure, stability condition is violated. And you can see that for different row 1 and row 2, all paths increases linearly to infinity, reflecting strongest instability. And in the next figure, stability condition 4 is satisfied, and all paths not increase to infinity, so it is the stability case. Here is the graph for Pareto service times when stability condition is violated, and here is a graph for Pareto service times when stability condition is satisfied. Next, we present sample mean Q size of class 2 customers for exponential and Pareto service times for more intensity case that presents here. So here the stability condition is also satisfied. And even for this intensity case, we have stability. And the last figure, you can see here the dependence of the stationary mean Q size of class 2 and class 1 customers. And this is dependence on traffic intensity of class 2 customers, that is row 2. Also, we fix row 1 as 3.1 or 5.1. And so that is that's why path 3 is constant, because we fixed row 1. But path 1 and 2, it is Q size of class 2 customers for exponential and Pareto service times increase to infinity with increasing row 2. Okay. And in conclusion, we note that all results completely confirm the presented stability condition for considered cases. And in future work, we will study the system, a modified system with multi-type customers and multi-type servers. Thank you for your attention.
Анна-Мария?
Спасибо. Так. Следующий выступающий, да? Следующий у нас Ростислав Валерьевич.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Так. Сейчас попробую.
Ростислав, приветствую вас.
Здравствуйте, Сергей Викторович.
Я думаю, можно по-русски говорить или нет? Я не вижу тут иноземцев.
Нет, вроде есть иностранные. Я не знаю, как скомандует председатель.
Хорошо, я отключаюсь.
Видно ли экран?
Да, видно.
Видно.
Александр Николаевич, вы как председатель на каком языке докладываете?
Ростислав, и на каком хочешь? Я понимаю, что без разницы, но есть у нас, is somebody here who does not understand Russian? Or everybody understands Russian? Please answer me. Are there people who do not understand Russian? Окей, Ростислав, как хочешь, так и говори.
Александр.
Да.
Поскольку те, кто не понимает русский, не ответил, можно по-русски.
Ну, хорошо, давай тогда, Ростислав,
по-русски, наверное, можно.
Так, в привилегированном положении дать. Спасибо. Тогда попробую по-русски. Может быть, получится.
По просьбе профессора Морозова по-русски.
Да, слайды все равно на английском.
Да, хорошо.
Поэтому...
Да.
Так, здравствуйте. Хотел бы рассказать о текущей научной работе, которая связана с анализом одной системы в теории массового обслуживания. Это в большей степени теоретическая работа, чем практическая. И она появилась как результат совместных исследований с профессором Миклошем Телеком из Будапештского университета. Года 3 назад эта работа началась. Она прервалась некоторое время назад, и вот сейчас я пытаюсь продолжать. И мне показалось, эта задача интересна. Я попытаюсь рассказать, почему. Здесь по-прежнему много открытых теоретических вопросов, на которые не удается найти ответ, но что-то все-таки делать удается. Задача связана, если в целом говорить, с такой проблематикой, как с попытками перенести результаты, которые получается сделать в скалярном случае, когда у нас все процессы, например, пуассоновский процесс, экспоненциальное обслуживание, вот перенести результаты на случай, когда система функционирует в случайной среде. Об этом уже было много докладов. Вот Александр Николаевич 3 доклада сделал, поэтому очень подробно. Я на этом вообще тогда останавливаться не буду. Ну, можно себе представлять, например, что входящий поток – это map-поток или какой-то поток, управляемый цепью Маркова. Обслуживание, например, фазового типа или более общее, тоже марковское обслуживание. И вот вопрос. Обычно в скалярном случае удается получить интересные, красивые результаты, а при переходе к случаю, когда система функционирует в случайной среде, то чаще всего получается решение в виде алгоритмов. И встает вопрос, а вот можно ли как-то избавиться от необходимости вычисления бесконечных сумм, например, которые при расчетах необходимо каким-то образом урезать, останавливать расчет. Ну, есть процедуры, они хорошо известны, но вот чисто теоретический вопрос, можно ли предложить какие-то, например, выражения в терминах производящих функций, которые при вычислении моментов избавляют нас от необходимости считать бесконечные суммы. Вот я сейчас расскажу о примере такой системы, в которой это сделать удается с помощью не вероятностных соображений, а скорее таких аналитических или даже, я бы сказал, алгебраических трюков, одного, по сути, трюка, использования матричной алгебры кронеркеровских произведений. К сожалению, время не позволяет об этом сделать подробный доклад, но я надеюсь, что удастся хотя бы дойти до какой-то идеи. Сейчас я расскажу о системе и почему она заинтересовала именно эта система. Вот схематично можно себе представить ее следующим образом, что вот есть система, у которой две очереди. Одна очередь для приоритетных заявок, другая для неприоритетных заявок. Имеется один прибор, который обслуживает сначала приоритетную очередь. Когда эта приоритетная очередь пуста, он берет заявки из неприоритетной очереди. И очереди эти, они не ограничены, и отсюда появляются бесконечные суммы в анализе. И еще один нюанс, что возможен переход заявок из высокоприоритетной очереди в низкоприоритетную очередь. Как видите, вот изображена вот эта стрелочка. В теории массового обслуживания принято это называть сигналами или отрицательными заявками. Вот в систему поступает два потока, вот слева не обозначена никакая интенсивность, но слева поступают потоки обычных заявок, которые сначала поступают в высокоприоритетную очередь и там ждут обслуживания. Потом в случайный момент времени может поступить сигнал или отрицательная заявка по-другому, и она заявку из высокоприоритетной очереди перемещает в низкоприоритетную очередь. А прибор обслуживает заявки по одной. Итак, значит, сначала он смотрит в приоритетную очередь, если заявки там есть, он одну заявку берет, обслуживает. Если заявок там нет, то он обращается к низкоприоритетной очереди и тоже берет по одной заявке оттуда. А меня слышно? А то такая тишина, может быть, меня уже и не слышно?
Вас слышно, да.
Слышно. Хорошо. Тогда продолжаем. Как обычно, эта система интересует ее характеристики производительности. Ну, здесь помимо стационарных, нестационарных, но если там ничего не получается, допустим, стационарных средний числа заявок в системе, по очередям в отдельности. Также интересуют и временные характеристики, например, среднее время пребывания в системе, ну и более высокие моменты. Вот здесь необходимо сделать оговорку, что я нигде не сказал, в каком порядке выбираются заявки на обслуживание и в каком порядке они перемещаются из очереди, потому что здесь возможно очень много вариантов. И раньше были работы, в которых эти варианты, какие-то из них рассматривались. Например, возможен случай, когда из приоритетной очереди, высокоприоритетной, берется первая заявка в порядке FIFO. И то же самое для низкоприоритетной FIFO. Что касается сигналов, которые удаляют заявки из одной и перемещают их в другую, они тоже могут действовать на очередь по-разному. Они могут действовать на случайную заявку, а могут строго на заявку, которая в начале очереди, или строго на заявку, которая в конце, или вообще в какой-то более общей дисциплине. Тут можно определять очень много. Но, тем не менее, вот здесь они как перечислены. Итак, здесь используется такое обозначение с трех букв HOQ, Head of Queue. Это когда берется первая заявка из очереди, TOQ, когда последняя заявка из очереди. Вот тут еще, к примеру, говорится о заявке в произвольном порядке, случайном. И в зависимости от того, какая принята политика обслуживания, политика здесь я называю это комбинацию из 3 правил. Вот здесь внизу, в частности, написано 3 правила. Первое правило, как из высокоприоритетной, точнее, как заявки удаляются из одной очереди. Второе правило – это как они берутся из высокоприоритетной очереди, третье – из низкоприоритетной. И в зависимости от того, какая выбрана вот эта политика, вот эта комбинация, от этой комбинации зависят характеристики системы. Вот, например, раньше были уже проведены, вот как я говорил с профессором Теликом, исследования, и было исследовано 2 различные комбинации. Вот здесь они обозначены, соответственно, я прокомментирую. Вот нижние графики – это когда дисциплина обслуживания очереди – это FIFO, и высокоприоритетный, и низкоприоритетный, а заявки удаляются из начала очереди. А верхняя – это когда у высокоприоритетный FIFO, а у низкоприоритетный LIFO. И видите, здесь изображена дисперсия, точнее даже стандартное отклонение времени ожидания начала обслуживания. И, как я уже говорил, в зависимости от комбинации мы получаем, что вот стандартное отклонение, оно отличается, и отличается достаточно заметно. И здесь вообще изображены 4 графика. 2 из них относятся к случаю, когда все процессы экспоненциальные, входящий пассажирский поток и экспоненциальное обслуживание, а другие графики, когда система функционирует в случайной среде. Фазовые поступления и фазовое обслуживание. И видите тоже, в зависимости от того, если учитываются более сложные распределения времен поступления и обслуживания, то от этого сильно зависит и какие-то черты временных характеристик, свойства временных характеристик. Возвращаясь к системе, которая предлагается здесь, рассматривается здесь. Здесь рассматривается та же система, но с новой комбинацией всего лишь. То есть новизна не так и велика. А именно, рассматривается система, когда дисциплина обслуживания обеих очередей – это LIFO, то есть обслуживание в обратном порядке. А сигналы действуют только на начало очереди, не на хвост очереди, а на начало. Вот тут из 3 компонента они написаны. Вот такая комбинация. Почему она заинтересовала? А потому что в скалярном случае получается удивительный результат, что не только средняя, я прошу прощения, не только средняя, но и дисперсия времени ожидания начала обслуживания, она не зависит от интенсивности поступления сигналов или отрицательных заявок. В скалярном случае это получается просто по формулам выписать, продифференцировать, получить выражение. Вот здесь они выписаны. Но, к сожалению, в скалярном случае никак не удается, даже в скалярном случае, это объяснить. То есть предложить какое-то вероятностное объяснение этому эффекту, но с которым я раньше никогда не сталкивался, и для меня это показалось очень удивительным. И возник вопрос, а что же будет происходить, если в потоках появятся уже какие-то зависимости, корреляция, вот о чем с ней вкратце тоже говорил Александр Николаевич. Что же будет происходить? Будет ли наблюдаться такой же эффект или не будет с высшими моментами времени ожидания? И это была главная мотивация для рассмотрения системы, которая, в общем, мало отличается от предыдущих. Надо сразу сказать, что изменяя лишь вот эта комбинация, которая здесь написана, изменяя лишь эту комбинацию, то мы не изменяем стационарное распределение очереди. Ну, потому что дисциплина консервативная, и результаты, которые были получены раньше, касающиеся стационарного распределения очереди, они остаются в силе и здесь. А вот что будет отличаться, так это будут отличаться временные характеристики. То как раз, что мне показалось интересным. Но все равно придется начать со стационарного распределения, хотя у меня осталось 5 минут. Тогда я вкратце. Значит, теперь о входящем потоке. Входящий поток – это map-поток, который, как обычно, описывается двумя матрицами. Также и map-процесс обслуживания, и сигналы поступают тоже в соответствии с map-потоком. Тут вводится обозначение для переходов, связанных с поступлением, с обслуживанием, с изменением числа заявок в высокоприоритетной очереди, это когда поступает сигнал. А вот так выглядит граф интенсивности переходов. То есть, вот, чтобы себе представить, как уже более формально функционирует модель, то, соответственно, у нас есть уровни и фазы на этих уровнях. Соответственно, уровень у нас, если вот в терминологии обобщенных процессов рождения и гибели, получается число заявок в высокоприоритетной очереди, а фаза – это число заявок в низкоприоритетной очереди. Примечательно, что здесь и уровень, и фаза имеют бесконечное число состояний. И вот еще 3 года назад, когда мы только начали, был вопрос, а можно ли свести анализ к чему-то, что не требует вычисления и расчет бесконечных сумм. И вот особенность данной системы, о чем мы и не знали, приводит к тому, что да, можно это сделать, все равно нужно решать некоторые матричные уравнения, но там не требуется уже вот именно рассчитывать бесконечные суммы. В замечаниях к докладу было упомянуто, что не представлены условия стационарного режима, поэтому я здесь его написал. Это условие обычное, то есть в среднем в систему поступает меньше заявок, чем обслуживается. Интенсивность обслуживания и поступления определяется тоже как обычно, поэтому здесь это условие не представляет интереса. Матрица, инфинитизимальная матрица переходов, она блочный трехдиагональный вид имеет. И вот традиционно, вводя все вероятности с некоторыми нюансами, можно во многом стандартными методами показать, что, вот, наверное, главное, что производящая функция стационарного распределения, вот здесь она PIT, то есть по одной из компонентов, она выражается достаточно просто через себя, только итерационно, можно так сказать. Вот. Это результаты, которые были получены раньше. Тем не менее, они необходимы для того, чтобы проводить какой-то какой анализ временных характеристик. Традиционно для map-потоков мы находим вероятности состояния очереди по моментам поступления известные. И вот теперь, у меня уже мало времени, но вкратце лишь придется остановиться на результатах, касающихся временных характеристик. Значит, поскольку поступающая заявка произвольная может быть обслужена либо из одной, либо из другой очереди, то вот обычная такая декомпозиция, можно так сказать. Соответственно, у нас что для нахождения времени, распределения времени пребывания или ожидания, нам нужно найти две компоненты. Значит, время ожидания, если заявка обслужена из высокоприоритетной очереди, и время ожидания, если заявка обслужена из низкоприоритетной очереди. И вот теперь вот две компоненты требуется, в общем, каким-то образом рассчитать. В принципе, это и есть результат, просто я здесь не смогу привести уже финальные формулы. Нам необходимо этой вот матрице W, которые считают время, которое необходимо для того, чтобы заявка попала на прибор. И поскольку мы знаем стационарное распределение по моментам поступления, то вот две бесконечные суммы и выражает преобразования Лапласа времени ожидания. И вот возникает вопрос, а что делать дальше? Здесь бесконечные суммы. И дальше мы пользуемся теорией кронекеровских произведений. Это хорошо известный результат. Это когда оператором векторизации, когда вот у нас есть произведение трех матриц, двух матриц, там много есть вариантов, ну, то, что я смотрел, вариантов вот таких соотношений, которые внизу слайда написаны, и применяя это соотношение к вот бесконечным суммам, можно шаг за шагом переходить к более сложным выражениям. Они, к сожалению, становятся вот в терминах размерности очень большими. Вот. Но тем не менее, вот несколько шагов здесь проделано, и фактически мы ушли от двух бесконечных сумм к одной сумме, и вот здесь уже сложное выражение векторизованное, и дальше нужно возвращаться к рекуррентной формуле и с помощью рекуррентной формулы находить уже вид для выражения, которое находится в сумме. И аналогично поступить можно и с распределением для заявок, которые вступают на обслуживание из низкоприоритетной очереди. Здесь выражение, оно во многом похоже, единственное, что здесь добавляется два сомножителя, которые без лишних деталей можно понять достаточно легко, что заявка, оказавшись в низкоприоритетной очереди, она должна дождаться обслуживания текущей всех тех заявок, которые находятся в высокоприоритетной очереди. Вот. Прошу прощения. И, в общем, вот две матрицы, которые... И здесь очень важно, что они не коммутативные. То есть сначала мы должны дождаться заявок, которые обслуживаются из высокоприоритетной очереди, а потом уже поступить на обслуживание. И опять же, с помощью вот техники векторно-кронекеровских произведений здесь что-то удается сделать и за счет увеличения размерности получать замкнутые формулы. На этом все. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Есть ли у кого-нибудь вопросы? Так, а следующий доклад, Ростислав Валерьевич, тоже ваш будет?
Нет, следующий доклад. Я хоть там и соавтор, но не чтец.
Не чтец. А кто чтец?
Вы знаете, я боюсь, что никто не чтец. Но надо посмотреть, есть ли в участниках кто-то.
Дмитрий Владимирович не в участниках. Татьяна Александровна тоже ее нет.
Значит, к сожалению, этот доклад никто докладывать не будет.
Хорошо.
В связи с тем, что докладчик сэкономил нам время, можно более детально поговорить о том докладе, который он произнес. Ростислав, это Назаров.
Да, Наталья Андреевич.
Первое. Шеф меня всегда учил любые теоретические исследования доводить до числа. Удалось ли тебе численно реализовать, ну вот, все твои вот эти вот переходы от бесконечных сумм к этим произведениям несчастным?
Ну, как я показывал графики, для предыдущих случаев, конечно, удалось. В этом случае удалось пока только среднее. С дисперсией это то, что как раз и интересно. Есть проблема, но она чисто вычислительная и еще не доведена до конца. А так, да, это удается довести до конкретных расчетных.
Мне очень понравилась эта математическая модель. Я считаю, что в научном докладе самое главное – это описать математическую модель. И сказать, а что в ней не удалось найти. Пусть слушатели, поняв, какая математическая модель, начинают сами решать задачку. Относительно вот этого вытеснения из приоритетной очереди, твои сигналы какие-то садистские, они выкидывают из очереди самую лучшую заявку, которая стоит первой.
Да.
Она уже дождалась, ей сейчас надо идти на приворот, И вместо этого она оказывается не приоритетной и должна ждать, когда обслужатся все приоритетные заявки. За что такое?
Анатолий Андреевич, она долго ждала, может, она уже устарела. Может, поэтому и
И
выкидывают.
поэтому ее не приоритетно, и там пусть дальше догнивает.
Да?
Не, Анатолий Андреевич, идея на самом деле не в этом, а в том, что вот вообще для любых комбинаций, которые, ну, вот, при которых по-прежнему обслуживание остается консервативным, не теряем работу, среднее время, оно для всех одинаковое.
Это ясно.
А вот оказалось, что дисперсия, вот в этом случае, особенном, у меня для него нет объяснения, дисперсия не зависит от интенсивности сигналов. В скалярном случае, вот она не зависит.
Это связано с инверсионным порядком обслуживания.
А вот как-то связано, Анатолий Андреевич, но объяснить не могу. То есть оно получается по формулам, вот я могу еще раз сейчас покажу, просто вот мне самому это очень интересно, почему так получилось. Но видно ли экран?
Видно.
Вот, то есть в скалярном случае вот получается, видите, дисперсия, а дисперсии нет никаких, есть только интенсивность поступления, интенсивность обслуживания, вот тут ро написано.
Да, вижу.
Вы видите, получается уникальный случай. Там что получается, когда выбивается таким образом и из начала, по сути, это немножко непонятно, то получается, что на дисперсию вообще не влияет интенсивность поступления. Что они есть, что их нету.
Ну да, это очень любопытный результат, потому что
это получается
чем
по
больше
формулам.
неприоритетную отправляешь, тем должна быть
Хуже.
больше дисперсия, конечно.
И к тому же, это же обслуживание в обратном порядке, для него, в принципе, дисперсия всегда большая. А здесь она зависит только от загрузки. Вот это непонятно, абсолютно не могу никак объяснить. И интересно, что же получится, если потоки будут более сложные. Но там у меня вообще не получается формулу получить, чтобы увидеть, есть ли там или нету. Но численно, я надеюсь, что получится. Пока не могу показать картинку.
Спасибо. Еще раз говорю, очень интересный доклад и, главное, любопытная система.
Спасибо, Анатолий Андреевич.
Ростислав.
Алексей Викторович.
Да, меня заинтересовали ваши разговоры про вот эту перемену порядка обслуживания. Может быть, как-то найдем возможность поговорить поподробнее. Можно тут по скайпу связаться, по WhatsApp. Хорошо?
Конечно, с удовольствием, Алексей Викторович.
Один маленький вопрос. Вот эта дисперсия W, она не зависит от интенсивности вот этих выбиваний, что ли?
Да, сигналов, да.
То есть если вообще сплошным потоком их будут вышибать с верхнего уровня на нижний, то дисперсия не будет меняться.
Да, вот уникально, вот так.
Ну да, что-то мне пока не очень понятно. У нас, когда повторными вызовами занимаемся, там иногда вот есть независимость от интенсивности, вот, так сказать, попыток с орбиты, но это когда там есть некоторые, значит, нюансы.
А тут инвариантность такая относительно сигналов.
Да, ладно, спасибо, не буду отвлекать больше. Все.
Так, есть еще вопросы или нет, коллеги? Ну, если нет, тогда, значит, давайте завершать нашу секцию. Было приятно многих услышать, многие голос не подали, но кого подали, было приятно услышать. И надеюсь, до новых встреч в эфире, и не только в эфире, а в живой жизни. Всем спасибо.
Спасибо, Алексей Николаевич.
До свидания.
До свидания.
Раз. Наташа?
Да.
Слушай, Наташа, у меня вот на экране опция включения презентации пока закрыта. Она будет открыта, когда моя очередь наступит?
Здравствуйте. За это я отвечаю, да, я открою вам доступ к...
Да, спасибо, все, спасибо.
Давайте открывайте пока. А то я не могу загрузить слайды.
Наталья, вы стоите выступающих, у вас, по идее, должна быть такая возможность. Сверху, где камера, микрофон, там есть функция поделиться экраном.
Обмен контентом.
Возможно, но просто, может быть, она у вас по-другому называется, поделиться содержимым.
Демонстрация экрана.
Да.
Нажимаю.
Так.
Ну и все на этом. Весь экран, окно программы.
Вот, можно выбрать, что...
А ты выбери экран, который нужен.
Весь скрин, да. Вот, теперь мы видим то, что видите вы.
Ну как же мне загрузить-то мою тут?
Вы откроете презентацию и включите демонстрацию экрана. Вы будете видеть презентацию, и мы.
А сейчас вы видите?
Нет.
А я ее открыла.
Вы, видимо, закрыли доступ нам. Еще раз надо поделиться содержимым и выбрать окно. Весь экран.
А сейчас вы видите?
Нет, еще нет. Вот, теперь мы видим. А, уже нет, вы закрыли доступ.
Сейчас.
Пока еще не видим. Вот. Да, мы видим окно презентации.
Что вы говорите? Я его не вижу.
Ты опять отключила. О.
Да.
Угу.
Нет.
Пропало, да?
Зафиксируй тот экран, который ты хочешь показывать. Вот.
Первого. Так лучше?
Да.
Мне вас никого не видно, вот в чем дело. Вы меня видите теперь?
Мы видим ваш экран, только его.
Презентацию видим, этого достаточно.
А меня не видите.
А зачем?
Ну так.
Мы тебя помним.
Спасибо.
Поехали, Наталья Михайловна, поехали.
Звучит зловеще. Так, и что же получается? Мы будем видеть только то, что покажет нам, да, вот кто-то из выступающих. Ни больше, ни меньше. Может, мне пока закрыться, а потом Вот сделать так, наверное. Нет? Вы не видите его теперь?
Все еще видим.
Неужели, да? Все видите его?
Угу.
Так, нужно вернуться к этой первой странице. Пошло не так. А мне казалось, что можно параллельно видеть докладчика как-то.
Вы можете включить камеру, и тогда мы будем вас тоже видеть.
У меня включена камера.
Нет, мы вас не видим. Там, где вы выбирали кнопку «Поделиться содержимым», там рядом еще была кнопка камеры.
Угу. Да, мне теперь туда уже.
Вот, вы можете ее включить, а потом вернуться на презентацию. А почему завершить ремонт?
Какие-то проблемы с камерой из-за этого. То есть оно как устройство не отображается.
Так, а вот сейчас.
Да, сейчас мы вас видим.
У вас, возможно, нет возможности камеру и экран одновременно. Какие-то ограничения накладываете устройство. Я думаю, если вы будете без камеры, никаких проблем это не будет.
Это могут быть ограничения браузерной версии.
Ну вот я сейчас себя видела тут в углу. А сейчас-то вы меня слышите?
Да, Наталья Михайловна, видим и слышим.
Вот это самое главное. И видите даже. Ой,
Да, и видим.
все-таки я никого не вижу. Ладно, сколько у нас тут осталось-то? О, уже 16 часов, да?
Да.
Наверное, мы все будем по-английски говорить. Хотя у нас, ну, большинство.
You must speak louder, Natalia Mikhail.
I will. Okay. It's already the time to open this session. And we start with the first speaker, Natalia Markovich and Uda Krieger. This is my joint work with Uda Krieger from Bamberg University. The title of the talk is Statistical Analysis of the End-to-End Delay of Packet Transfers in a Peer-to-Peer Network. The outline of the talk is the following.
It's not visible. You must switch on the slides. No, which card? Well,
I don't understand.
Share your screen.
Screen, да.
Наташа, выключи камеру свою все-таки и включи показ.
Ага, сейчас. Она у меня выключена.
Вот теперь выключен, да, а теперь включай показ.
Видно?
Нет.
The third button is.
Вы только что включили, выключили. Надо просто попробовать еще раз пошарить экран. То есть поделиться и экран выберите.
Он просто пропадает.
Вот сейчас, да. А, вы опять включили. Возможно, вы мне пришлете презентацию, я ее запущу отсюда.
А кому посылать?
It was correct.
Вы сейчас
Just switch on the PDFs when you have the screen, and then it's working.
Uda, maybe you will upload your version of
Наталья,
slide.
вы просто зачем-то закрываете каждый раз. Вы выпускаете, потом закрываете. Вот сейчас у вас...
Вот есть.
Нет, это Удо. Вы просто зачем-то, где у вас появляется еще раз эта метка, вы ее закрываете. Вам один раз надо нажать «Поделиться» и больше не трогать там кнопки.
Нет.
Видно?
Natasha, show just your slides and then it's working. Your screen with the slides.
Can you see it?
Нет.
Нет.
No, not.
Да, хорошо. Full screen and it's working. Next button.
Вкладка просмотра.
I will speak with such a screen if you are able to see it, because otherwise we will miss the time. Okay?
Да.
We study the delay performance of the packet transfer in a peer-to-peer network using new results obtained from extreme value theory. Our objectives are to find the distributions of per hop delays and end-to-end delays. Also, quality of service metrics like the missing probability under more general statistical assumptions than is known before. And the relation between the local dependence of cluster structure and distributions of end-to-end delay and maximum per hop delay. I want.
The arrow on the top is it that goes down.
The packet transmission between source and destination can be represented by this figure. The packet can move by several ways to the destination. This is source, this is destination, and these passes are random and can have a random length. They can be overlapping, like here, and that means that per hop delays on each link can be dependent. And up to now, the problem is solved assuming that all per hop delays are independent, identically distributed, stationary and have stationary distribution, at most not heavy-tailed. So, and now we try to consider the problem of end-to-end delay distribution in absolutely different new formulation, when per hop delays can be dependent and in the same link like here, and also can be dependent, and on one path they can be even non-stationary. So this and this and this, or per hop delays can be dependent and have different distributions. At the same time, the per hop delays on one link, like here, the first link, the second link, they are stationary distributed, but nevertheless dependent. This is absolutely absolutely new formulation that nobody solved before. And also, L is the random length of these passes. The distribution of this length is in principle unknown, but can be measured and estimated. The problem has a long history. First of all, the first paper in this area was done in Fedor, IEEE transmission parallel distribution, where they considered the case when per hop delays can be even heavy-tailed. So, and the data in multicast overlay systems should be delivered to nodes before their play-out deadline. Play-out deadline is the time between the generation of packets at the source and the limit deadline when the stream shall be played at the destination node. So there are two main causes to miss a packet during its transmission from source to destination. First reason is end-to-end delays exceed the play-out deadline. And the second, transmission rates exceed an equivalent channel capacity U. So the missing probability is the sum that the play-out deadline is exceeded, and second, the rate of transmission exceeds equivalent capacity. And the main assumptions in these papers was per hop delays at the of the east packet at different links are independent, identically distributed random variables, and the delays are also IID for a given link. Also, as extension of this paper, what my paper in 2013 in the journal Performance Evaluation, but the assumptions were still the same, including heavy-tailed per hop delays. So now we aim to reconsider the missing probability and to find the distribution of end-to-end delay and maximum per hop delay when per hop delays at different lengths of a path are non-stationary and dependent. Per hop delays at a given link are stationary but dependent also. Basic technical assumption is observations of end-to-end delays are available, but per hop delays are not observable. So the picture, what was demonstrated before, can be represented as a matrix. Here, each column represents per hop delays on the corresponding links. The first column is the first link from the source. Here is the last link from destination, and we expect that in each link column has the same distribution with the tail index K1. Tail index is a characteristic that shows the heaviness of tail, and due to the dependence, it has so-called dependence measure that is represented by extremal index of the east column. So the east column corresponds to per hop delays at east link from the source. And we focus at the sum and maximum at the east string. The east string demonstrates us the path, corresponding path from the source to destination. That could be the set of per hop delays on one path. So we are looking for the sum of the string and the maximum of the string. So di is a weighted end-to-end delay, mi is the longest per hop delay. And we are looking for the distribution of these two characteristics, Ti and Mi. So necessary definitions. Per hop delays at link J of the path I is assumed to be a regular varying distribution. What does that mean? That means that the tail of this distribution has a polynomial tail with a tail index here that shows the heaviness of tail. Lj is so-called slowly varying function that could be a just simple positive constant and or logarithm or repeated logarithm, things like that. Such a function that that is defined correspond to this limit. So extremal index, what does it mean? The stationary sequence of random variables with distribution f and maximum mn is said to have the extremal index, the value between 0 and 1, if for each tau positive constant there is a sequence of real numbers. This is the sequence of thresholds such that it holds that the limit of the tail function multiplied on n is equal to tau, and the maximum, the limit of the maximum distribution function of maximum is always like exponent minus tau theta. So if the random variables are independent, then extremal index equals to 1. And this corresponds to the simple definition of independent random variables. So the extremal index shows us the measure and distribution, the limit distribution of maximum in case when sample is a sequence of dependent random variables. So extremal index has a significant feature. This is it shows the local cluster structure of the process. For example, end-to-end delays. So, and here on the picture we can see the concrete process, a moving maximum process, and with different values of theta. Reciprocal of theta represent the mean cluster size, and we can see that as closer to 1 we have smaller clusters. The closer to 0 we have larger clusters here. We can see the different cluster structure here. This is very important property of extremal index. In the recent paper of mine and Igor Rodionov, my collaborator from the laboratory 38, is the following result. Sums and maximum of random number of non-stationary dependent regularly varying random variables may have the same tail index and the same extremal index. It is assumed that there is a unique column sequence with the minimum tail index. And the minimum tail index means the most heavy-tailed column. What does it mean with regard to our task? It means that per hop delays on the most heavy-tailed link of all passes from destination node determine the heaviness of tail on the whole network, and determine also dependent structure of the whole network. So by the theorem 4 in my paper with Rodionov, it follows that the tail function of maximum and the sum can be represented as a polynomial function x in order minus K1, where K1 is the smallest tail index among all columns in the matrix above. The most heavy tail distributed column of per hop delays states distributions of end-to-end delays and the maximum per hop delays. So the extremal index of maximum and sum is equal to the extremal index of column corresponding to this K1, to the most heavy-tailed column in the matrix. The maxima of sequences have therefore the same limiting distribution, like this. And here, in this notation, this is already maximum from the sums over all passes and maximum over all passes. UN is increasing sequence of thresholds. So we can also represent transmission rates as the same matrix, where we assume that each column has its own tail index and own extremal index. And we also assume a unique minimum tail index in this matrix. And by the way, in my last paper that is not published up to now, it was proved that this unique minimum tail index can be not for unique column, but for the random number of such columns. That is the result more or less preserved the same way. So what about missing probability? The probability of the successful transmission of n packets over the n path is determined as a sum of non-exceedances of playback delay and non-exceedances of rates over equivalent capacity. So here we denote the maximum transmission rates of the packet over n pass and over the path E, respectively. Here, the excess of the rate over the equivalent capacity UN with star may cause the miss of packets. So M and M is the longest weighted per hop delay over n pass. The main statistical assumptions of our delay model. First, the overlay network may be dynamical. That can be changed over time. The packet pH delays at the different links of the same path may be arbitrarily dependent. The packet per hop delays at different links located on the same distance from the source node and belong to different source destination paths are stationarily distributed but not necessarily independent. The path length and the pH delays at its links may be dependent. The distribution of the path has a higher tail than the pH delays with the heaviest tail. There is a unique set of links located on the same distance from the source that has the heaviest distribution tail than other sets of links at overlay path. Conclusions. Per hop delays at links with the most heavy tail distribution determine the distribution tail of end-to-end and maximum per hop delays and the distribution of their maximum. Using the extremal index, the limit distributions of the maximum of the end-to-end and per hop delays over all source and destination paths are identified. The latter distributions are used to identify quality of service metrics like the missing probability, the corresponding playback delay, and the required packet equivalent capacity to transfer the flows. So the work is mostly based on my two papers. First, as I mentioned before, was published in Performance Evaluation 2013, and now I find the way how to implement it to more relaxed conditions by means of this paper published recently in March. Thank you for your attention. Questions? Do you hear me? Not?
Yes, we can hear you.
Maybe somebody has questions. If not, then I invite the next speaker. Okay, no questions.
No question.
Then let me announce the next speaker, Maxim Ryzhov. This is my PhD student who will speak about leader election in communities for information spreading. Maxim, can you hear us?
Sorry, yes, yes, I hear you.
Can you upload your presentation?
You must stop yours, Antonio.
Yeah, I see it.
Yes, thanks. Good day, everyone. As it was said, my name is Maxim Ryzhov. With my supervisor, Natalia Mikhailovna Markovich, we created a topic about leader election in communities for information spreading. But first of all, what is it, information spreading? Now it's a very popular topic, and information spreading now it's an important issue in different areas. For example, disease spreading now it's very popular. For example, investigation disease spreading can help to evaluate the cost efficiency of a vaccination protocol problem. But ordinary information spreading of ideas, rumors, and other information in social networks and media networks can help us to investigate how information spread and how to spread information better. For example, it's necessary to know it in case of if we need to spread some very extremely important information to a large group of people in a small community. But how to do it, it's depend on a lot of different characteristics of this community. And that's why our work was devoted to effective information spreading in a random complex network. Our object was to detect leading nodes, communities in the network, which may spread the content among all nodes faster. First of all, we decided to choose one algorithm, spread algorithm by Mosk, Aoyama, and Shah, and investigate it according to using extremal index theory, for example, extremal indexes, tail indexes, and compare their values, their dependencies on spreading time, which we measured according to spread algorithm. In previous works, we used extremal indexes to investigate graph clusterization problem, but now we decided to investigate information spreading. But what is it, information spreading? In original work of Moscow Yama, for some delta from 0 to 1 and global broadcast problem, which means we have a graph and each node have its own message M, and each node want to send this message to other nodes, each other node in the whole graph, and they define that time spreading T dependent on delta can be defined like the most closest time to event when all messages will be received by every node in the graph. And in that work, they found equation which describes this time. As you can see, and this is the formula, the first formula. This time dependent on graph conductance, which definition you can see in the bottom of the slide, and size of graph logarithmically. But you can see that I read here that they define some clock with person process ticks. On next slide, I describe it more clearly. Here you can see original algorithm and animation which describe how this algorithm work. But what it mean? Clocks with person rate. They have two situations how to start their communication between nodes. First of all, we can initialize with each node his own clock with the rate 1, which can describe their own person process. What it means? It means that which means that every node asynchronically started their communication in randomly with their neighbors. But equivalently, we can use a common clock with which ticks are person process with rate n, where n is the amount of nodes in a whole graph. What it means? It means that on clock tick ck, we choose randomly one node from graph, and it choose his other, and this node choose other node in graph randomly from previous step and start communication. If they have edge between them, they share their messages and continue information spreading. And such algorithm still working until all nodes received all messages at some time t which we want to find. Now I described what is information spreading, but what about nodes leadership? We decided to check nodes leadership by two nodes characteristics. First of all, it's a closeness centrality. It is back proportional to the average shortest path to every other node in whole graph. As you can see, if a node has a greater value of closest centrality, it means that that node is closer to every other node in the graph, which means it can spread information more faster. Sorry. In the same way, we decided to choose a node degree because of nodes with a higher degree can spread information to more nodes than others. And as I said, we decided to use extremal indexes to investigate information spreading time. As it was said previously, extremal index could be defined for stationary sequence with distribution function f at x, and it will have a value from 0 to 1 if exists such tau from 0 to infinity, for which there is a sequence of real numbers such that exists two limits. as it was presented in a work of Leadbetter. And extremal index show cluster possibility of stationary sequence. But we can't directly measure in extremal index. That's why we use some estimators. First of all, we can define, for example, cluster for stochastic sequence like a serial of axes over predefined level, and define intercluster time, like you can see on Formula 4, and which leads us to intervals estimator, one of the most popular estimator for extremal index, which can be used for estimation extremal index. Next, it's tail index. Tail index could be defined again for stationary sequences of independently equally distributed random variables, and it can be estimated by moment estimator and hill estimator, which are presented here. We are used both this estimator to find tail indexes of sequences of node characteristics. Optimal value for estimators we found by bootstrap method, and bootstrap confidence intervals we found from that. But as it was said, extremal indexes and tail indexes could be defined only for stationary sequences. That's why we need stationarity test, which can describe is our sequence a stationary or not. We choose Granati stationary statistic, which have the null hypothesis of stationarity that could be rejected if quantile of their statistic exceeds some level of Kolmogorov statistic, as you can see. But so we need to define extremal index for community of graph nodes, and that's why we need to define intercluster times as a number of edges of the shortest path between nodes, which characteristics are larger than some level U, and that leads us to possibility to use interval estimator to estimate extremal index as from this definition. So, and in this we describe algorithm how to estimate extremal index of some community. First of all, we need to define sequences of passes, of shorted passes from each node X and Y from community S. Next, we need to define intercluster times as it shown below. And next we need to use intervals estimator, and we need to choose such high level as it possible for better estimation. And what about spreading time? We decided to use original algorithm, but in some different way. We decided to define spreading time for a particular node. What it means? From each simulation, we need a different time to spread one message from one node to other nodes in the graph. So we simulated car simulation of original algorithm and find minimal value from all this simulation. And we call it spreading time of particular node X in from car simulation, and use it for further investigation. Sorry. For investigation, we used geometrical graphs. It's one of the simplest undirected graphs which we can model it by our original tools, but it have a huge possibility. A greedy modulating maximization algorithm, as you can see, can be used for them better than for other for other simple undirected graphs. It's a special quality of geometric graphs. They can be easily split into communities by greedy modulating maximization algorithm. As you can see, there is an example which will be described on next slides. We modeled geometric graphs, found 7 communities, and on future slides I show you result of investigation. But first of all, I want to show you results of working algorithm of estimation information spreading time from node X to other nodes in the graph. How computer time of this algorithm depends on graph characteristic, for example, number of nodes and number of edges. As you can see, difficulty of the estimations are growth according to growth of graph size, and as you can see, more sparse and more connected graphs are more difficult for estimations than some average situation, as you can see on the right plot. So next, what about investigation of our graph? On the left picture, you can see that node spreading time is node spreading time and closeness centrality and node degree are dependent. As you can see, nodes with higher degree are better information spreader, and nodes with higher closeness centrality are better spreader too, as it was assumed in our investigation. And we checked all communities according to gratis statistic about their stationarity for further investigation, their extremal indexes and tail indexes. As you can see, we can assume their stationarity with quality more than 95%. So we assume that our community are stationary for further investigation. And what about communities? We found that, especially on that graph, that exists a leading community. For example, in that graph, it's the fourth community. It's that community, central community here. That exists such community, leading communities, that have the most closest extremal index value to extremal index value of whole graph. And as you can see, tail indexes of whole communities and graph, which is here is S0 on this picture, they are closer to each other, which indicates they have a similar heavinesses of their tails. And then next we decided to check on in more cases existence of leading communities, and we found that as you can see, in a lot of cases, in about 100 simulation, exist communities with extremal index, which extremal index values are closer to extremal index values of whole graph, and that communities have nodes that are best spread information in whole graph, and that leads to result. The leading community determines the best spreading time in the whole graph if they have the same extremal index as a whole graph extremal index. So that is the end of my presentation. Here you can check all articles which were used in our investigation. Here you can see our previous work on the closest topics. And so that's all. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? People are looking.
Yes, I changed last slide because of I like when something is moving on the screen. I decided to add some graph.
Very beautiful. How to find communities.
Yes. How to define communities in graph? How graph split it into communities?
Okay, questions? If there are no questions, then we go to the next speaker, Alexander Mandel, and join work with Victor Laptin, please.
Good day. So I can start, yes?
Yes,
okay.
You can start.
Okay, a few words about the others. I am the researcher of Institute of Control Science. Victor Laptin is my postgraduate from Moscow State University. Today I will tell you about new results, about our new results in the synthesis of channel switching processor control for a multi-channel kill system shown at this slide. It is assumed that the incoming flow is the simplest, but at discrete equidistant moments of time, its intensity changes abruptly in accordance with uniform finite Markov chain with a given matrix of transition probabilities. In this case, the number of working channels at these moments, the number of working channels can be changed in the system by connecting reserve channels to them. This is switching on, or transferring working channels to the number of reserve ones. This is switching off. In this case, the process, being multi-step, develops during the n-step planning period T capital. At the same time, the service process entails costs, the parameters of which are presented at this slide. On this slide, these costs consist of payment for maintenance of working channels, for waiting of demands to start service, stay in the key, and for switching channels, different values for including channels in the number of working channels and for disconnecting them in the number of reserve ones. In this case, it's taken into account that switching payments contains a fixed fee, this fixed fee, which does not depend on the number of switch channels and proportional one. As a result, the average one-step costs in such a system are described by formulas 2 to 4, presented at this slide. Under these assumptions, the choice of the optimal channel switching strategy during the planning period T capital is reduced to solving a discrete dynamic programming equations 5-4 presented on this slide. Let me remind you that at the DCCN conference in 2018, we talked about the results we obtained for the so-called myopic problem. That is a problem that boils down to minimizing the one-step criterion described by formula 5. Here, you see the results we obtained in that paper. Based on analogies with methods of inventory control theory, it was proved that for each of the possible incoming flow intensities, index I, there are 4 characteristic parameters: R1 small, R1 capital, R2 capital, and R2 small. The interpretation of these parameters is as follows. If the system has entered state I, and the number of working channels in it is less than R small 1, then the number of working channels should be increased to R capital 1. If the number of working channels in the system is more than R small 2, then the number of working channels should be reduced to R capital 2. Finally, if the number of working channels is in the range from R small 1 to R small 2, nothing needs to be changed. At the same time, it was proved that these parameters were ordered as shown. Ordered is shown on the slide, and the very fact of the existence of these 4 parameters was associated with study of special inventory control problem, which we called fantastic one. The fantasy was that we assumed that warehouse could not only order supplies, but also return the orders at different prices to the supplier. In this case, the technique of the proof was reduced to the use of concept of A convexity introduced by Herbert Scarf, and the feature of the considered key problem that were different one-step cost functions when switching on and switching off. And the parameter R capital 1 is a point of absolute minimum. It is a point of absolute minimum of the cost functions when switching on the channels. And the parameter R capital 2 is the point of absolute minimum of cost function when switching off the channels. In the new paper, we present to your attention the results. We managed to transfer these results from my OPIC one-step case to the multi-step one described by equation 6. In this case, the above 4 characteristic parameters acquire one more index of the step number n small. To do this, it was necessary to establish that this inequality is right for all n small, and we do it, and we have done it. And the following, and secondly, to introduce essential generalization of A convexity notion, which are presented at the next slide. You see it. This is A convexity on the right and A convexity on the left. In what follows, we will try to transfer this result to non-Markovian systems. We assumed that we start with a system in which the intensity of incoming flow changes in accordance with some given predetermined function of time. Then we will investigate the behavior of the controls obtained for this case under small random perturbation. That's all. Thank you. Thanks for your attention. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Questions, please.
This is Udo Krieger calling from Bamberg. I have one question, Dr.
Okay.
We have seen yesterday in the plenary session that simple correlated structures that can be described by Markov chains, like Markov modulated processes, give us the chance to derive closed form solutions. Has this last step been investigated also with such simple kind of correlated processes that have a Markovian modulator as a driving force?
It's right. It is this way we choose to use it because we want to see, for example, last slide, such deterministic line with small correlated variations around this line. So I don't know. It is a pity, but yesterday I have no possibility to participate in the conference, so I made only hear what you tell me. Okay.
I think with a singular perturbation approach, it's possible to derive such a analytic analysis result.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's possible. Yes.
I have question regarding the last slide when you demonstrate non-Markovian case with lambda from T and
It's a deterministic function. There is no random is only service and input and flow is deterministic one here.
Okay. Thank you. If we have no questions, then we continue. The next, oh, maybe somebody has it from ordinals, not? Some questions? Nothing? Then thank you, Alec, for your talk. And we invite Maria Nosova. Are you here?
Ну, такое чувство, что ее нет, потому что я смотрю в списках участников, выступающего нет.
So if she is absent, then we invite the next speaker, Vadim Bolshin. Are there such people?
Hello.
Vadim Fitsov.
Yeah, I'm Vadim Fitsov. You hear me?
Okay. Then we are waiting for your talk, the mathematical model of front-end calculating in DPI system, please.
How you see, please? My presentation okay?
Okay, we can see.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Vadim Fitsov from Bonch-Brevich, St. Petersburg State University of Telecommunication, St. Petersburg, Russia. This work, the mathematical model of front-end calculating in DPI system, done with Professor Boris Goldstein. Its presentation includes slides about DPI pocket inspection, DPI, formalization DPI input parameters, mathematical model, initial and calculated data, simulation model, and compare results. Little bit about deep packet inspection. With the advent of the example Skype application, who use not standard transport ports, providers can't more know what application generated traffic. And for have control in provider network, for identification these flows of traffic, use packet inspection technology. After identification, like we can see here, DPI can execute traffic policing and have some control in the network. In 2012, ITU officially approved the Y2770 document, and subsequent years, a series of recommendations for DPI came out. Here you can see in the table all recommendations. All traffic flows go to the DPI scan function. You can see on this scheme. And after this, some pockets of unknown flows sent to DPI analyzer function. And public few works about how many pockets, how many first pockets in the flow we need to send DPI analyzer function to correctly application identification. It's the several pockets. DPI analyzer use signature analysis, statistic methods, behavior analysis, and other approach. Many work published about this. The DPI system can be represented as a queuing network consists of several queuing systems. The first physical server is hardware filter. You can see here. It's quieting system 1. He processing all incoming packets and identification traffic flows from them. After this, he sent a request to analysis a few packets, how I said before. It's the second physical server, quieting system 2. He named in Russia also front end, and he received a request to analyze and a specific flow and analyze this. After this, you can see this server have different interaction with another server. It's a ref quieting system 3, it's a backend quieting system 4, and more specific server. But in this work, I focused only in two quieting system 1 and quieting system 2, because on this system input more requests. What's problem of this research? DPI requires significant investments in the hardware resource. Meanwhile, the efficiently of using hardware resources in DPI system remains understood to the complex and novelty of the issue. Here we need the mathematical and simulation models for determining the parameters of DPI architecture, like the number of servers, of number of processor in multiprocessor server. And if we use mathematical or simulation model, we can find the average analysis time for a given number of processor in the dedicated DPI server. Closely related works for this research presented by Budal Myang from Multinational High School of Telecommunication, Dakar, Senegal, in 2014. Its work named Bandwidth Management DPI Pocket Inspection Mathematical Model, and its work describes probabilities of interaction hardware filter is quieting system 1 in my story with another external different equipment in mobile network. You can see here on the peak. To the start research what intensivity arrived request on the quieting system 2 needs some formalization DPI input parameters. Here describe the needed for quieting system 2. It's named DPI analyzer function or front end in the DPI architecture. We have some problem because on the quieting system 1 input many pockets traffic. It's many flows, aggregate traffic, and it's measure in pockets. But on quieting system 2 front-end server, we receive requests about recognizing a flow. In the flow, we have average. Sorry, my cats attack me. We have average pockets, and ratio of the few pockets what we need to analyze to average pockets in the flow, it's coefficient of the number of requests of the front end. It's Formula 1. But front end also need to send answer to the hardware filter, and this we can see in Formula 2. It's ratio 1 to average number of pockets in the flow. And from these formulas 1 and 2, we can use from statistic intensivity arrived pockets and have intensivity arrived requests to the quieting system 2 to the front end. And if we need add interaction with another DPI servers like PCRF and backend, we can add this in the formula to use probability need request to another servers. It's Formula 4. Next slide about mathematical models. The best way would be use its GGV model, but it's not calculated. In GG1 and GM1 model have only one device, and if we need find how many devices, how many time work the system, its models don't useful for our. Another they use sample models like processor sharing or mutual assistance, who nice describe multiprocessor system. I think all know the processor sharing model. It's described by Klenrock, and significant results in the systems with fair processor sharing research were introduced in the theory of Yashkov. But I think not so much people know about mutual assistance. Is a model described in the work Wenzel and Ovcharov. And to simple, I so-called this Wenzel-Ovcharov model. But Wenzel-Ovcharov model describe model with finite query and mutual assistance, and two types mutual assistance, full and partial or equal assistance. And the next, when I say Wenzel-Ovcharov model, it say about some different model developed in last 2 years for infinite quiet with equal mutual assistance. But these simple models we can't use any times. It's useful only for free case. Not simple to explain this case, but I try. Case A, it's when quieting system 1 receive aggregated pocket traffic received from more than 100 sources, where each traffic from each source can be nearly described by the Weibull distribution because it's pocket traffic. And then according to work Zaitsev, we assume that distribution of the flow of request entering the quieting system 1 may be close to the Poisson distribution. Then, according to Professor Aliyev, let's us assume of one quieting system 1 service device that the output flow entering quieting system 2 is also called the Poisson distribution. It's one of from 3 cases. We have another case if they assume what quieting system 1 processor requests according to the exponential distribution, and is the mode when average intensivity of requests is equal to average intensity of request processing. Then according to Brooke-Berg theorem, the intensivity of output flow of request from quieting system 1 to quieting system 2 will be distributed in the same way as the service time in quieting system 1. And case 3, it's some different case. First, according to the condition and assumption of the case A, it is assumption that the flow close to Poisson arrives at the quieting system 1. And secondary quieting system 1 must process requests according to exponential distribution that, according to Berg theorem, the distribution of the time intervals between outgoing requests as well as the time intervals between incoming requests are distributed exponentially. It's 3 different, no so good case, but it's case when we can use sample model. And here a few slides about this so-called Wenzel-Ovcharov model. Model work in 3 modes. Modes 1, when operation implies the formation of the channel groups in the mode in which a group of channel is taken as a service device here in the peak. Second mode of operation with all possible groups of channels have already been formed, and the system begins gradually disbands them as new requests arrive. And free mode, when all device serving different requests, and we have quiet. One of the advantage of the considering mathematical model is the use of a possible resource of the system before the number of requests equals the number of channels. Here are some about formulas. Here we have V, the number of devices in the system, L, the number of devices in one group, and H, maximum possible numbers of groups. And when we change modes, we have changed number of groups. Here we can see in Formula 5 probability MP system. And inside this, we have ratio the intensivity in common request to the intensivity of proceeding by one group. It's alpha in Formula 6. And the ratio of intensivity of incoming request to the intensivity of proceeding by all device of the DPI analyzer if defined in Formula 7, it's beta. And after this, we can define the average waiting time and average serving time. It's Formula 8 and 9. And some of these we have Formula 10. It's formula, the main, each time, the main indicator of the performance of DPI systems is the average time spent by request in the system. For calculation, we use traffic collected in the dormitory of Bonch-Burevich, St. Petersburg State University of Telecommunication. You can see on the peak our university, not dormitory, using Cisco NetFlow equipment. And we have rate of arrival, not rate, intensivity of arrival pockets per second, determining its data from statistic, determining the probability that the flow is GNOW, it's 78%. In formula, we need probability unknown. It's you can see 22%. Determinational of the average number of pockets in the flow. It's this case for dormitory. It's 193. Specific the number of pockets request for analysis. It's a few pockets in the flow. I said before about this. In this calculation, it's 10 pockets. Specific the preliminary number of service device. It's only one to simple calculated, but this not so good showing the model Wenzel-Ovcharov. Specific the intensivity of proceeding requests, and this intensivity was taken to complete the system stability factor. You can see below. And next we can calculation of the intensivity of incoming request to quieting system 2, use the formalization formula 3 here. And after this, we calculation the average processing time request in quieting system 2. You can see here it's 108 milliseconds on formula 10. After this, we need a simulation model of DPI system to check this simple mathematical model. Can we use this model or not? And in 2016, I make in GPS World simulation model of DPI system. Here it's part of this. It's only quieting system 1 and quieting system 2. You can see its hardware, filter, and front end. In simulation model, we use another distribution law. Input flow on the quieting system 1 describe variable distribution. And next processing law is exponential, and in front end exponential too. And this final slide, you can see a table to compare results of calculation in simulation model and mathematical model, and we can see total time serving in the DPI system. In simulation model 109, and in mathematical model 143. It's a big difference to theory of teletraffic, but it's possibly to use for Roche estimate in this case. I hope the next models we can have more good results, and for many cases, not only free case. What about I say before. And conclusion slides, we formulate the initial data for calculation the DPI system based on traffic statistical data, the mathematical model of Wenzel-Ovcharov with infinite quieting they presented, the possibility of practical application of this model for calculation specialized DPI service is shown. Proof compare results of mathematical and simulation models. The mathematical models is used to calculate the average analysis time for a given number of processing. And all these, the use of the DPI mathematical model will help reduce the purchase cost of DPI equipment and avoid overloads on the communication network area. The development formalization of the ratio of flows and pockets can be useful in calculation DPI system and other similar system. Here, part of reference about mathematics, but here not reference about many last work for DPI. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Yeah, questions, please. Thank you.
Yes, here is Udo Grieker speaking from Bamberg University. Mr. Fitzow, is the reason for this difference between simulation and analytic model, I see it is the arrival process, because you calculated a renewal process, and in the mathematical model, it's just Poissonian assumption. Did you generalize this simple queuing network to pH arrival models or map arrival models? Because the simple back or top queue, QS1, is a level dependent QBD process, which can be easily modeled if you aggregate the service time like you did by an exponential approximation with state-dependent rates, depending on the number of processed jobs in the QS2 and QS3 downstairs. Did you analyze also such advanced mathematical models, QBD-like, map-like arrival processes?
Thank you for your question. It's a very good question. You absolutely right. I use here the simple model, but I think after the plenary session, the pH models are very interesting too. And maybe next step I try different mathematical models for these to describe this DPI system.
Tien van Doo and myself, we have studied such a two-level model with map arrivals. So one just has to mimic it, and then one will come along with this Norton theorem for the lower service cluster, and then one can get simple map with state-dependent results following the book of Professor Dudin, I think. Thank you.
And here I have a question. It stands on this slide, number 16, the viable distribution. What kind of viable distribution you have in mind? Because there are two kinds, light-tailed and heavy-tailed viable. That would be significant different stories.
In all works says about in pocket network, we have hard-tail traffic, and we need hard-tail variable distribution. But maybe I can mistake when use scale and shape parameters in simulation.
So it's exactly the shape parameter responsible for the viable heavy-tailed or light-tailed. If shape parameter is less than 1, it's heavier. Heavy-tailed distribution, if less than light-tailed. What is your shape parameter you used in simulation?
Hardtail. But I check this. Thank you about this question.
I see it's less than 0 or less than 1. 0.41 isn't, or 40 shape viable.
Okay, thanks.
Then it means that you use the heavy-tailed viable, and
yes, I need heavy-tail.
Then and that would be the most difficult case. I think you should deeper look on that. What could
Yeah,
be?
thank you very much.
Thank
First way, check this. It's very important for me.
Yes, yes. Thank you for your talk. And I invite the next speakers, Alexey Shagraev, Andrei Yefanov, and Sergey Ivlev. Are they on the place?
К сожалению, я тоже их не вижу в списке. Если они тут, я надеюсь, что они отзовутся, но я не вижу.
If they are absent, then we go to the next speaker, Lucine. I'm sorry if I write not correctly. Mike Naджан, isn't Ivan Zaryadov and Tatiana Milovanova. Are there such people?
I can see them.
Also not.
Also, yes, too not.
Здесь в списке еще есть Барабанова и Вытовтов доклад, или это позже?
Barabanova, yeah, this is the last talk. Is Елизавета Barabanova?
Yes, here, да. Вытовтов will be reported.
Your co-authors.
Will report Вытовтов.
Вытовтов.
Yes, instead Барабанова.
Is it you, Константин Вытовтов?
Yes, I am Вытовтов, yes.
Yes, then please give your talk. This would be the last talk in our session. The analytical model of six-dimensional dynamic systems with arbitrary piecewise constant parameters. Please close your slide.
Окей. После всех, я понял.
I mean, since other authors are absent at the moment, then you should give your talk. I mean, Константин Витовтов.
Сейчас докладывать?
Да, давайте сейчас.
Ага, окей. 1 minute.
Окей.
Так. Yes. Do you see my slide?
Yeah.
The theme of my report is the analytical model of six-dimensional linear dynamic system with arbitrary piecewise constant parameters. I am from Astrakhan State Technical University and Tropednico Institute of Control Science runs. First of all, statement of the problem. A linear six-dimensional dynamic system with piecewise constant parameters is described by the linear homogeneous differential equation 1 with the piecewise constant coefficients 2 that present in this slide. Example of six-dimensional dynamic system presented in this slide. It can be a system of three mechanical oscillators, electrical oscillators. For example, it can be a working robot, antenna rotation, and other. Our main aim of this treatment is finding the fundamental matrix of this system. It is important to know that all parameters of the system can change, can jump at any time moment, and the jump value can be arbitrary. The example of the parameter change presented in this slide, and in this case, we can see the intervals with the constant parameters. Now, To find the fundamental matrix, we consider each interval with constant parameters, and then the resultant matrix can be found as the product of the interval matrices. Now, the differential equation in intervals with constant parameters is the usual differential equation 3. The solution of this equation is well known, and for considered case, the fundamental matrix can be present in the 6x6 matrix that shown in this slide. Now, the resultant matrix, the fundamental system of the 6-dimensional system with specified constant parameters must be found as the product of the interval matrices, but the result will be very unwild. We will have sum of multiplication of hyperbolic functions. So we did the mathematical transformations and obtained the fundamental matrix as the finite sum of the 6x6 unimodular matrices M. Here, the present results. The elements of these matrices presented in next slide, this slide, and then we can formulate the next theorem that the matrix or fundamental solution of a linear ordinary differential equation of the 6th order 1 with the arbitrary piecewise constant coefficient 2 on the interval t is the finite sum of the 3 product 3 and 6 in power n minus 1 unimodular hyperbolic matrices 6x6. Here n is the number of the intervals. Yes. Так. Now we introduce the two new values, alpha p and alpha pq. Alpha p we called as characteristic exponent of oscillation of group of 6-dimensional system, and alpha pq we called as characteristic exponent of the equivalent oscillation of a 6-dimensional system in accordance to the to this expression. Now we can say that the resultant oscillation in the considered system can be considered can be superposition of the presented oscillations. Now, to obtain the analytical form of the fundamental matrix, we use the function fqe that has been described earlier by authors in our previous works, and we introduced new sigma function f p e g. Here we present the function f large. Now The obtained result allows us to study to consider the problem of stability for this system, and in according to Lyapunov's theory, the system will be stability if the root of the characteristic equation of the obtained fundamental matrix is less or equal to 1. As the matrix is obtained in analytical form, we can express the condition, the stability condition in analytical form too. But we don't present this expression here, as they are very unwild. So, as a conclusion, I would like to say that in this treatment we obtain the fundamental matrix of six-dimensional linear dynamic system for the first time in analytical form. We introduced the concept so-called equivalent oscillation when we consider a resultant oscillation as the finite sum of the so-called equivalent oscillation described by the matrix U. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Questions?
No questions.
No, I have one question. You, in principle, you can, as far as I understood correctly, you consider on-off periods for each device, right? You have several devices and in this system, and on-off periods of these devices can be overlapping somehow or not inside. I think since you declare that your system is dynamical, so it's dynamically changing time, this on-off period should be random. This is a random process, but you consider it as a deterministic values. This confused me.
Можно по-русски? Простите меня за мой английский.
Хорошо, я по-русски спрошу. Значит, насколько я понимаю, вы рассматриваете различные приборы, которые работают в режиме on-off. То есть либо они включены, либо выключены какое-то время. Правильно я понимаю?
Ну, в общем, да, хотя не обязательно. Прибор может быть включен, но в различных режимах. Другое дело, что режимы меняются скачком.
Да, это не важно. Допустим, мы в самом простом варианте, значит, два режима, один выключен, другой включен. Так? Да. И разные приборы в системе есть, у которых эти периоды не обязательно совпадают. Они могут быть разными. Один прибор выключен, другой включен в это время, наоборот. Вот.
Да, да. Именно так.
Поскольку вы рассматриваете динамическую систему, то обязательно, и так везде рассматривают в литературе, вот эти on-off периоды рассматриваются как случайный процесс. Или, по крайней мере, набор последовательных случайных величин, у которых есть какое-то распределение. Вы же рассматриваете это все как детерминированная система, в которой эти периоды совершенно не случайные величины. Вот мне кажется, что это неправильная позиция. Тут все происходит только с вероятностью, понимаете?
Нет, конечно, я согласен, что в реальных условиях изменение параметров будет случайное, но на сегодняшний день вообще-то в аналитике не было представлено решений даже вот для детерминированной системы, именно фундаментальной матрицы.
Это не так, это не так. Вот все вопросы от периода, это все очень хорошо проработанные вещи. Не вы первый, не вы последний, кто этим занимается. Вот сейчас я обращусь на английском все-таки. Maybe Udo Krieger is here.
Udo Krieger is here, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Vytovtov insists that the problem of on-off periods is not considered as random.
No, it's deterministic. I understand it.
Yes. I consider deterministic process. This problem has not been presented early in literature.
But can't you study it? Can't you simply study it when we look at the differential equation, right? Then we simply would go along with the discretization approach, and we would have let's say a multigrid solution to these differential equations, where the coefficients in the multigrid are changing over time. So we have just a consecution or a sequence of multigrid matrices derived from the discretization, and then we would have to solve the system with this sequence and have conditions for the continuation at these points when the coefficients change, right? And then we could formulate the time-dependent solution in purely algebraic manner. This is how I would proceed based on the theory of multigrid that was used for the solution with finite element methods and so on that go along the similar ideas, isn't
it? Can you help me in Russian?
Yeah, Hackbush and others solved this kind of problems by algebraic multigrid. Professor Hackbush from Leipzig Institute.
А можно мне помочь по смыслу на русском? Не совсем понял.
Значит, насколько я понимаю, надо посмотреть, когда это все от времени зависит, по крайней мере, так. Детерминированные вот эти вот on-off периоды от времени. Но на самом деле это должно быть все в случайном ключе рассматриваться.
Ну, это две разные задачи. Вероятностная и детерминированная – это разные задачи. В данном случае ставила задача детерминированная, поскольку она не решена.
Ну, не решена.
Я точно знаю, что она не решена.
Знаете, надо посмотреть просто английскую литературу на английском языке, и вы увидите, что многое сделано.
Смотрел. Не сделано. Точно представлено решение впервые в таком виде.
В том порядке там как-то.
Нет. В этом случае сразу переходят к численным методам, и аналитического решения никто не получает. А это приводит к затруднению решения обратных задач, задач синтеза. А здесь вот впервые представлено именно аналитическое решение, которое позволяет решать задачи синтеза. Пусть даже для детерминированного случая.
А обратных задач это вы имеете в виду некорректно поставленных или что?
Нет. Я имею в виду задачи синтеза. То есть, когда мне нужно синтезировать или проектировать какую-то систему по заданным параметрам, по технически заданным параметрам.
Ладно, хорошо. Поблагодарим. Thank you for your talk.
Thank you for your attention.
We close the session now because other speakers are absent. I think all participators of this session are speakers.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Я даже прохожусь. Меня видно? Нет?
Все, всем спасибо.
Спасибо большое. До свидания.
Спасибо и вам.
До свидания.